Good morning, everyone. Please put off your cell phones. We're about to start. Thank you.
I'm looking for you that side, Mr. Mutau. Good morning to you, Advocate Mutau. Good morning, General. Yes. Do I go ahead and have the witness take the oath?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mutau. General, I have been told that you will be doing the affirmation.
That's correct,
Yes.
Commissioner.
Do you affirm that the evidence you are going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, General. Yes, Mr. Mutau.
Thank you, Chair and co-commissioners. General, good morning.
Good morning, Council.
General, in front of you, there are two bundles. You have a small bundle which contains your statement, and we will be referring to that as File 1. And it is so marked, and there is a big bundle in which the annexures to your statement are contained. That will be referred to as File 2. Do you follow?
I do follow, Commissioner.
Thank you. And if I can just ask you to please go to File 1 and turn to page 62. Is that your signature that appears on that page?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Do you confirm the contents of the statement as being correct and accurate?
I do confirm, Commissioner.
Thanks. And if I can just ask you to go back to page 2, paragraph 2. You indicate in that paragraph that you deposed to this statement for purposes of this Commission of Inquiry. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Thanks. Chair and co-commissioners, the statement is being tendered into evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Mutau.
Yes. General, then in paragraph 3 of your statement, you deal with the structure of your statement. And you will see, if you look at the subparagraphs 3.1 to 3.12, there are 12 parts to your statement. Is that correct?
I confirm that, Commissioner.
And if you then go back to paragraph 3, the statement, or rather the paragraph should read, this statement consists of 12 and not 10 parts. Correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. And then if you go to paragraph 4, commencing from paragraph 4 to paragraph 22, you deal with the nomenclatures.
Just before you respond, General, my co-commissioner is asking you to please speak up. He says he can barely hear you. Please.
No, I will do so, Commissioner. Try
Thank
and
you.
increase the volume.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps if I can just repeat that, to say from paragraphs 4 to 22 of your statement, you deal with the nomenclatures that are used in the statement. Am I correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. And commencing from paragraph 23 to 27, you provide your reasons for participating or testifying in this commission.
That is correct, Commissioner.
If I may just ask
Just before that, even though you've given us the nomenclatures here, I will still request you, when you refer to these in the body of your testimony, to still describe each one of those, because by the time you get there, I will have forgotten what those were. I don't know about my co-commissioners. Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Mdawu.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I was trying to take shortcuts for myself, but it has not worked. General, then to come back to paragraphs 23 to 27 of your statement, where you outline your reasons for participating in the commission and testifying. If I may just ask you to deal with those paragraphs.
Thanks, Commissioner. My participation in the Commission, starting from paragraph 23, my role as the National Commissioner of SAPS is both complex and pivotal in ensuring the effectiveness, integrity, and public confidence in the national policing system. When a commission of inquiry such as the Madlanga Commission is convened to investigate matters of national importance, it involves allegations of misconduct, failures in the organizational oversight, or systemic challenges within SAPS. There is no doubt that I must participate actively. Such inquiry provides a unique and crucial opportunity not only to respond to allegations, but also to reflect honestly on the existing challenges and advocate for meaningful reform. By engaging openly and constructively, I demonstrate willingness to subject SAPS to rigorous scrutiny and to embrace recommendations that may emerge from this Commission. This approach fosters a culture of accountability, encourages collaboration and oversight with oversight bodies, and signals to all stakeholders that SAPS leadership is both responsive and responsible. The importance of my participation cannot be overstated. My participation upholds the best traditions of accountable and transparent policing, aligns with legal requirements, and advances both the internal development of SAPS and the broader democratic project in South Africa. It assures the public, government, and international observers that the highest level of SAPS leadership is committed to truth, justice, and continuous improvement. Paragraph 26, the benefits of participating in the Commission is not to provide my account of interactions with Minister Mkhunu on the issues forming part of this subject matter for determination herein only, but also hope that the Commission's findings and recommendations will lead to improved governance, public trust, and institutional effectiveness, which are not only critical to SAPS, but are foundational to the well-being and safety of South African society as a whole.
General, if I can just stop you there. The essence of the point in paragraph 26 is to convey the point that the benefits of you participating in the Commission is not only to provide your account of the interactions with the Minister Mkhunu, but you're saying the benefits go beyond that, because you are hoping that the findings that the Commission will make, together with the recommendations, will lead to improved governance within the organization. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Yes. And then you proceed in paragraph 27, you deal with one of the important aspects which you envisage that this commission will do, and you say the commission, you hope, will assist in making a proper diagnosis of the circumstances that have brought us here. And you talk about also the hope that the recommendations that the commission will make, if accepted by the president, will avoid a repeat of what you term as rather the unfortunate events that have led to the establishment of the commission. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you. If I can then ask you to deal with the next topic that you address in your statement, commencing from paragraph 28 to 31, and there you outline your background and your service history within the South African Police Services. If I can just ask you to take the Chair and the Commissioners through that portion of your statement.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. My background history, I joined South African Police Service in 1987, and I worked in various provinces through the ranks. I worked in Free State, I worked in Gauteng, I worked in KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng again, various provinces, Western Cape, deployed there, and then I worked also in Limpopo. Throughout my career, I acquired a broad managerial experience within the service. I attended a number of courses within the South African Police Service, both at junior ranks and at senior ranks. I have 38 years of service in the SAPS, and of which 25 years of that was at senior management level. I held up positions of unit commander. I held positions of deputy provincial commissioner in KwaZulu-Natal. I was divisional commissioner of protection and security service. And then I acted as divisional commissioner of crime intelligence. And then I became a deputy national commissioner for operations. And thereafter I went to Limpopo as the provincial commissioner. And in 2016, I came back as a deputy national commissioner again, up to 2022. And since 2022 March, up to now, I've been appointed as the National Commissioner of South African Police Service.
And you conclude in paragraph 31 that your trajectory reflects a broad spectrum of policing expertise, from grassroots operational leadership to strategic oversight at the national level. Correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
You have attached a full copy of your CV, which we don't need to go to, but for the benefit of the Chair and the co-commissioners, it is on pages 63 to 72 of File 2. Thank you. Then, General.
Marked SFM1.
SF1. Thank you, I apologize to you. Yes, SFM1. Yeah. And, General, the next topic that you deal with is SAPS and the criminal justice system, commencing from paragraph 32. And in those paragraphs, from 32 and 33, you refer to the three pillars that guides the South African criminal justice system. If I can request you to deal with those three pillars, which you deem to be foundational?
Thanks, Commissioners. The pillars are the South African criminal justice system is guided by a clear division of 3 pillars. The first one being the police, the second one being the prosecution authority, the third being the correctional services. The first pillar of the police serves as the front line of law enforcement, which involves the crime prevention, crime investigation, gathering of evidence, apprehension of suspects, with a view to secure evidence for the courts, and ultimately bring that to the next pillar, which is the second pillar, which is the National Prosecuting Authority, which is responsible for deciding whether there is sufficient evidence exists to prosecute or not to prosecute in that specific matter. And within this pillar, you have got then the judiciary, and which is the magistrates and the judges, which NPA and the subs or the state will put the case forward, and the magistrates and our judges will then conduct a fair and impartial trial to determine the guilt or the innocence of the accused person. The third pillar is the correctional services that takes over once the court has delivered its verdict. This sector is charged with enforcing and administrating sentences imposed by the courts. Their work involves incarceration of offenders and also the management of alternative community-based sentences, rehabilitation programs, and of course reintegration back to the society. Taken together, these 3 pillars work in concert to uphold the rule of law, protect communities, ensure justice is served, and foster public trust in the criminal justice system.
So in essence, the 3 pillars are interdependent.
Correct, they are interdependent to each other. Also, hence, it's important for each one to remain independent from the other, and no encroachment between one against the other.
Thanks. And then, General, the next topic that you deal with is the police in closer detail, and that you outline from paragraph 34 to 42 of your statement. If I can just ask you to take the Commission through that section.
The police in a closer look, the establishment of a single police service is provided for in Chapter 11 of the Constitution. Section 199(1) states that the security services of the Republic consist of a single police force, a single defense force, a single police service, and any intelligence service established in terms of the Constitution.
And then you proceed over the page, you refer to sections 205, section 206, and section 207 of the Constitution, which you say they also deal with matters relating to the police service, insofar as they pertain to structural elements, political responsibility, and control over the service in its entirety. Correct?
That is correct. Section...
Yes, 205, which you then
Section-
deal with from paragraph 36, if you can proceed.
Yeah, Section 205 of the Constitution is paramount importance to understand the context of the obligation placed on the national legislation to clarify matters relating to policing. 205(1) provides for the National Police Service must be structured to function in national, provincial, and where appropriate, the local sphere of government, giving effect to the implementation of a model that seeks to create a uniform system of policing. Section 205(2) of the Constitution provides that national legislation must establish the powers, functions of the police service, and must enable the police to discharge its responsibilities effectively, taking into account the requirements of the provinces. Section 2053 provides that the police service is to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, to maintain public order, to protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic and their property, and to uphold and enforce the law. Section 206(7) provides for a legislative framework to regulate municipal police service to augment policing by stating that the national legislation must provide a framework for the establishment of powers, functions, and control of municipal police service. Furthermore, Section 207(2) of the Constitution states that the National Commissioner must exercise control and manage the police service in accordance with the national policing policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing. And my understanding of the cabinet member responsible for policing refers to the Minister of Police.
And if I can just stop you there, perhaps.
Before you
Yeah,
go
yes.
on, yes, thank you, Mr. Matao. General, I do know that later you do explain directions, for example, and you put in strategic, trying to tell us what exactly the directions envisaged in Section 2072 are. But can you, at this stage, just very broadly tell us what the distinction is between policy, directions, and operational or managerial matters? I'll tell you why I'm asking you. I'm asking you because further down in your affidavit, you start off by stating your main proposition, which is that the minister's instruction or disbandment instruction strayed onto operational or managerial matters. But then you have two alternatives, and you say, if, however, it is found that the instruction was policy, then, but the then being an argument against the minister's entitlement to have issued the instruction. And you have a further alternative. Alternatively, if it was a direction as envisaged in Section 2072, again you have an argument against the minister's entitlement to have issued it. Because of those possibilities, I want you to just tell us what exactly the differences are. What are the inner and outer contours of each one of these? It doesn't matter if you repeat those when you get to that part of the statement, but up front, I just want us to get an idea of what these are.
Thanks, Commissioner. My understanding is that the Minister is responsible to issue a national policing policy. In other words, that is the direction in terms of what are the priorities that we need to do as the police. For example, there could be priorities about, let's say, gangsterism or cash in transit, that is trouble in the country. That is a strategic direction that we need to deal with that. But the how part of it, how many resources are going to use, of course, I will inform the minister as to what resources are going to use. But the how part of it, it is according to me, is an operational matter where I will decide how many resources in terms of personnel, vehicles, and how are we going to do this job. I don't expect the minister to say, get involved into the how part of it in terms of executing the functions. But I expect that he can identify the priority. Yes, he can talk to in terms of what he thinks. There is no problem even if he can say how he thinks, the how part, but not that he get involved in to say, do it in the following manner. So in this case, my issue is, for example, in this case of the political killings task team, it is a task team that is working at a lower level under a provincial commissioner. If ever he found anything wrong with the task team, he could say, that task team, I think you need to disband it, and we can engage in the terms of the why and how and so on. But to say, to go further to say disband, but then after saying disband, then you go further to say now, not even tomorrow. I think that is totally encroachment into the mandate of the National Commissioner in terms of performance of my duty. I don't know whether I answered.
From that response, I think I do get the how, which is an operational issue that falls under the purview of your functions. I do get that. But you seem to be lumping policy and directions together. So I'm still in the dark as to what the difference is between policy and directions. Can you now forget about the operational matters and just give us an idea of what the difference is between policy and directions as envisaged in Section 2072 of the Constitution?
Thanks, Commissioner. The policy will be like, we do have the Police Act. The Minister is getting involved in development of that legislation, and there is a policy recently, national policing policy. There wasn't one. There is one that recently was issued that directs us in terms of what we need to prioritize. So it talks more on what is it that we must prioritize, because the Constitution in Section 2053 tells us what must we do, but there will further be priorities that are out there in terms of various provinces. Then the Minister, yes, can issue policy to say, I need us to go in this way, issue legislation or issue extra policing policy like he did.
That's the policy as I understand you. And directions?
Directions, according to me, it is any directives you can issue to say in terms of what matters must we prioritize in terms of, like I gave an earlier example to say you prioritize cash in transit, for example. You can say, yeah, there is problem of cash in transit, or there is problem for, like in his case, he said, we have problem of illegal mining in the country. Let's do something about it. That is a direction. And we go and to deal with the how part.
When dealing with policy, you touched on something that was issued recently. I actually had a question here that asks whether the policy is contained in one document or in several documents. When you say there wasn't any before and that one has been issued recently, so that probably means there's only one document, or am I wrong?
Yeah, if one takes, my understanding policy will be what the Minister will express, mostly together with the rest of South Africans, through legislation. And the national policy, yes, there was never one. There is one now issued.
Okay. Oh, thank you. If the Minister were to stray from policy or the directions envisaged in Section 2072 of the Constitution, stray onto operational or managerial matters, would a national commissioner be legally entitled to disobey the minister?
Just come again, Commissioner.
Would a national commissioner of police be entitled to disobey an instruction by the minister if that instruction strayed onto operational matters? Would the national commissioner be legally entitled to say to the minister, Minister, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to act in accordance with your instruction?
Yeah, I take it that, yes, the National Commissioner can say that.
Now let me be direct and ask you about yourself. If you were to find yourself in such a situation, would you disobey the minister? If the minister were to give you an instruction that strays onto operational or managerial matters, would you, General Masemola, say to the minister, I am not going to obey that?
Yeah, it depends, Commissioner, but yes, I will. It's a matter that is career limiting, but
it depends on what?
It depends on how he does it.
It's simple. It's
Yes.
simple. You have said operational and managerial matters are within your remit and not the minister's.
Yes.
So I am saying categorically to you that in what I posit to you, the instruction would be falling outside of the minister's remit and be straying onto operational and managerial matters. It's that clear.
Yeah, no.
Would you, General Masemola, tell the minister, I am not going to obey that?
Yeah, no, I will tell him that I won't do it. But as I said, it depends.
So
he must explain why he's doing certain things.
So if he explains himself, would you then obey, even if the instruction still strayed beyond the minister's powers and strayed onto your powers and functions?
Yeah,
I want to understand that depends. So if the minister explained him or herself satisfactorily to you, would you then say, Minister, even though you are encroaching onto my area of function, I will obey you. You are acting unlawfully. You are not acting in accordance with Section 207(2) of the Constitution, but because you have explained satisfactorily to me, I'm going to obey you. Would you say that?
Well, if he explains and I find the reasons acceptable, then I will. But if I find them not acceptable, then I will not comply with that instruction.
Explain yourself. Explain yourself. Why would you obey an instruction on something that the minister has no legal, no constitutional basis to do? Why would you obey that? Just explain that. I want to understand you.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. What I'm referring to, well, my understanding and his understanding probably will differ. But if he says, this is what I'm giving this instruction, you must do it, and there is an explanation why should one do the instruction, we will engage on such a matter, whether as to where is his powers, does it end up?
General, I am sorry to belabor this, but I just want to understand your thinking. It is not policy. It is not directions as envisaged in 2072 of the Constitution. So if it is none of those, why would you ever obey the instruction? Where would the legal entitlement for the minister to give the instruction come from?
No,
and on what legal basis would you obey it?
Yes, Commissioner. No, if it's very clear that it's clear cut is not his, then I will not obey it. I will not do it.
I said so right at the beginning. I said,
How not do it?
if the instruction strays onto your area of function, would you obey it?
Oh,
And
no.
you said it depends. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Oh, no. I'll not do it. That one, straightforward, no.
Thank you, Mr. Mutau.
No, thank you, Chair. I could pick up that there was perhaps something that was lost in the discussion, or perhaps the questions that the Chair poses.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
Maybe the General forgot what, because I introduced my question
Yes.
quite carefully,
No.
referring to the straying and so on. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, this issue that the Chair is raising is something that you deal with in your statement, and it will also inform how you reacted to the instruction to disband. But let us proceed, and we will get to that topic. Like the Chair said, it is a matter that you deal with later on in your statement. But if I can just ask you to then go to the concluding paragraph of that section that we're dealing with, in paragraph 42, after you've dealt with SAPS in closer detail, you conclude by saying, central to effective policing is a clear chain of command and control. The National Commissioner is appointed to serve both as a supervisor and commander and operates within a defined legal framework, including taking directions from the Minister to promote alignment with constitutional principles of transparency, impartiality, and service to the public. And in this paragraph, you articulate that the operations between yourself and the Minister are defined within a legal framework. So in other words, the taking of instructions from the Minister happens within the contours of the legal framework as defined. And in particular, in this instance, you were discussing section 2072 with the Chair. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
So the it depends, as you were dealing with earlier, I understood you to be saying it depends if the instruction is a lawful one or not.
Yeah, if the instruction is lawful, one will comply. If not, then one will not comply with it.
Yes, and I think perhaps what you did not understand from what the Chair was asking was the Chair predicated the question by asking that assuming an instruction does not fall into either policy or direction, but it strays into your operational area, and that instruction is an unlawful one, would you obey it? Would you implement it? I think that's the essence of what the Chair was asking.
All right.
But if I can then ask you to deal with the next topic, which is the Office of the National Commissioner, your office. And commencing from paragraph 43, you deal with your key areas of responsibility or your responsibilities. So if I can just ask you to please take the Commission through that section.
Thanks, Commissioner. My responsibilities include the following as a National Commissioner: management and control, the management and control of the police service adhering to national policing policy and directives from the Minister of Police. In terms of the constitutional mandate, ensure the police fulfill their constitutional mandate, which includes preventing, combating, and investigating crime and maintaining public order, protecting the people and their property, and uphold and enforce the law. So my understanding also there is that the Minister, in giving directions, those directions must complement or assist in attainment of this section 2053 of the Constitution. strategic leadership, responsible for maintaining an impartial, accountable, transparent, and effective police service. In terms of personnel management, I'm responsible for recruitment, appointment, promotion, transfer, and discipline of employees of the service, including the appointment of provincial commissioners. On operational support, I ensure the provision of vital services such as crime intelligence, criminal records, crime stats, forensic lab. And in terms of internal security, responsible for maintaining the internal security of the nation. On international cooperation, international police liaison, we facilitate cooperation with foreign police and also appointing liaison officers. I do reports in terms of reporting to the Minister of Police and the President. I account to Parliament and various other legislative oversight bodies, including Chapter 9 institutions.
Then you proceed in paragraph 44 and following to deal with your interactions with the minister and how they translate when implemented. If I can just ask you to commence from 44.
In sum, I, as the National Commissioner, must implement policy and strategic direction determined by the Minister. But I am responsible for the operational and managerial control of the police service. This is due to the fact that the constitutional scheme in express terms removes the operational and managerial control of the police service from the hands of the political actors.
Before you go on, Section 207(2) of the Constitution does not use strategic before directions, and you are introducing strategic before directions in 44 for the first time. Is this as a result of an interpretative exercise? If not, just explain that. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it, but I just want to get an idea where the strategic comes from.
The strategic direction, the national policing policy come from the minister, and the direction, my interpretation here was the direction include the strategic direction.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. And then in paragraph 45, you had just dealt with the fact that, according to your understanding, the constitutional scheme in express terms removes the operational and managerial control of the police service from the political actors, from the hands of the political actors.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And then you proceed from paragraph 46 and following, if I can ask you to deal with those.
As the National Commissioner, that's accountable to Parliament, but also insulated from undue political influence. The constitutional scheme is axiomatically deeply rooted in and foster the doctrine of separation of powers. I say more herein later below. I have the autonomy to exercise of my discretion in relation to the control and management of the police service, of course within the prescripts of the governing legislation. I understand my function to be independent from political interference other than receiving directions from the Minister of Police. I deem it important.
Then if I can just stop you there. After dealing with those preceding paragraphs that outlines the scheme and the interaction between yourself and the minister, you then deal with or provide the senior command structure within SAPS. And you say part of that is going to be relevant to the issues that the Commission is looking into. So if I can just ask you then from paragraph 51, to deal with the personnel that reports to you, as outlined commencing from 51.1?
If we go to the command structure of the police, is right at the top. You have deputy national commissioners. It's not in any. They are not put in any way of seniority whatsoever. But you have a deputy national commissioner for policing. In this case, Lieutenant General Msigidi. Then you have deputy national commissioner for crime detection. That is Lieutenant General Sibia. You have Deputy National Commissioner for Corporate Services, that is Lieutenant General Dimpane or Nkua acting, and you have the 9 provincial commissioners, which include Lieutenant General Mkonazi, who is the Provincial Commissioner of KZN. There is a depiction of the structure on paragraph 51.4. You could see the 3 deputies below reporting directly to the National Commissioner. On the one side, you have the provincial commissioners. On the other side, you have the national head of DPCI. In our terms, I must just explain that with regard to DPCI, it's not directly reporting to me. I've got a dotted line reporting to me. It reports to the Minister of Police, and with me I provide certain support, that is your budget. That's one of the recommendations I'm sure I'll be doing at this commission, that you cannot have half a bread. We either have a loaf of bread or have no bread.
And perhaps if I can just deal with that point that you are making, and you don't necessarily need to go there. Towards the conclusion of your statement, you say that there are certain recommendations which you wish to make for the Commission's consideration, and you say you will file a supplementary statement at a later stage where you deal with those. And I assume this issue that you are talking about now, when you say part of the recommendations in the form of submissions that you intend to make, being the DPCI's reporting partly to yourself and to the Minister, is one of the issues that you're going to address in that supplementary statement that you're going to file.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Earlier on, in your statement, you said in paragraph 48, you will say more about the issue that you were dealing with vis-a-vis your role with the Minister. And you said you'll say more below. You continue from paragraph 52 with that topic. In essence, you say in 52, the point that you've already made, that the arrangement, as you understand it, flowing from section 2072, is that the Minister is responsible for providing strategic direction, and you, as the National Commissioner, are then tasked with the implementation thereof. And in 53, you refer to day-to-day operational and managerial performance and execution of the police service, which rests, according to you, squarely in the hands of the National Commissioner. And you cited an example that you referred the Chair to earlier, that a Minister may direct that the combating of cash in transit robberies should be a priority, and that development of plans, the issuing of instructions, allocation of resources, and implementation thereof remains the responsibility of the National Commissioner. Am I correct? That's what you were conveying earlier in the discussion with the Chair and in response to those questions.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And I think the one point that you sought to make with regard to the implementation of a direction from the Minister, let's use that example of a cash in transit, which is the one you used earlier. Can the Minister prescribe to you as to when you should deploy the resources to achieve the policy direction that he has provided? Can he tell you when you must deploy the resources, how you should deploy them, and how many?
No, the how part he will not describe, because that depends on, it will depend on me and on what we find on the ground as we do our plans. And
Equally, can the minister say to you or direct that you should disband the implementation program that you have put in place? Using this example of the cash in transit robberies, can he give you a direction to disband and to disband it immediately?
No, actually not. He cannot say disband such a low-level team. That team is not working at strategic level. It's very low level down on the ground. And you can also deal with the how part as to you must do it now. That is within the purview of the National Commissioner and Provincial Commissioner.
And I think earlier on you touched on the fact that if there were to be any considerations, perhaps, or issues that the National Commissioner, the Minister is inclined that the National Commissioner should consider, you would expect a discussion, I think you said earlier, to the Chair.
Yeah, surely there will be engagement so that one understand why would he come to a specific conclusion. If we want to disband a team of cash in transit, I would have to understand as a National Commission as to what are the reasons why you get to such level.
Mr. Matawu, before you move on, if I may, you are discussing a disbandment stage. I just want to clarify. Do you consider it would you consider it as an encroachment on your powers, operational authority, if the minister said to you, you should constitute a task team to look at cash in transit issues or to deal with that? So is that an encroachment according to you?
No, to say establish, do something about cash in transit, that is not encroachment. I will, as the National Commissioner and the relevant officials, establish such a plan and fight that specific crime. So he doesn't tell me how many people I must use, how, the when. He says, cash in transit is a problem, attend to it. Either you do a task team or you do whatever, but attend to it.
Yes.
That,
sorry, please carry on.
yes, that the cash in transit is a problem. As a National Commissioner, I'll attend to it. But to say to me, go and take so and so from Province X, so and so from Province X, and do this, that will be encroachment, because that's the how part. But defining the problem is strategic for him. I don't have a problem.
Yes.
But to get to the who, how, what, when, that I regard it as encroachment.
Yes.
Even to say disband, I regard it as encroachment.
Yes. I'm not at disband. I'm not at
Okay.
the disband discussion.
Okay.
I'm at the constitute a task team. So my question is more specific than do something about cash in transit. It is, can the minister, is it within the remit of the minister to say to you, constitute a task team to deal with cash in transit issues? So it's as specific as instructing that.
No, that is not, that's encroachment. It's not within him to say, constitute a task team. Myself and the Provincial Commissioner will decide how. Maybe we're going to use not a task team, but use just a police station, for example. Maybe the problem is located at a police station. So yes, that will be encroachment.
Thank you.
Advocate Mutau, before you continue, General, can I take you back to paragraph 43, same section of your evidence? Are you there? Paragraph 43 talks about the key responsibilities of your office as National Commissioner of Police. Where does one find those? In which instrument? Is it in the Police Act or the National Policing Policy that you talked about? Where does one find those specific responsibilities that you've highlighted from sub 1 to sub 9?
You find them in some come from the Constitution and also in the Police Act. And also in our strategic plan, you do find them.
In the strategic plan?
Yeah, in our sub-strategic plan.
And
The Constitution, Police Act, and our strategic plan.
And perhaps, Commissioner Kumalo, we will also try and deal with that with the prescript witness that we will lead, so that we are able to assist the Commission in terms of the legislative layout. Thank you. Then, if we can just conclude that section, because I think the essence you have put across, if I can just ask you to just deal with paragraph 55, which pulls it all together, where you say, in summation, you deal with strategy versus operations, political versus managerial control, and direction versus implementation. If I can just ask you to conclude by dealing with those three subs.
Yeah, in paragraph 55, 55.1, in summation, I said strategy versus operations. The minister gives strategic direction, while the National Commissioner manages the operational and administrative execution of the direction. Political versus managerial control. The minister holds political control and accountability, whereas the National Commissioner has managerial and operational control. Direction versus implementation. The minister gives direction, and the National Commissioner is responsible for implementing the direction. That is where the how and so on comes in.
Okay. Thank you. Then, General, if I can just ask that we deal with the next topic in your statement, which is the establishment of the political killings task team. You deal with it commencing from paragraph 56. And if I can just ask you to start there.
Thanks, Commissioner. On the establishment of the political killings task team,
Yes.
KwaZulu-Natal has historically experienced significant level of violence driven by political factors. In response to the increased incidence of political violence and fatalities in the KZN, up to the 2018, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Ramaphosa, tasked his security cluster to mobilize resources. He appointed the IMC, which is the Interministerial Committee, comprising of the Ministers of State Security, Ministers of Defense and Military Veterans, Minister of Police, Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, under the leadership of Minister of Police and Minister of Defense, Minister PKTT, which was mandated to ensure that those responsible for political incidents are held to account. Its purpose was to coordinate national and provincial efforts, including intelligence and prosecutorial support against politically motivated violence. The team was established by directors general of the respective departments that I have just named the ministers thereof, as stated above, to implement the directions of those ministers. The team was not created through legislation or gazetted through a regulation. It was essentially an ad hoc interdisciplinary unit within the SAPS and the National Prosecuting Authority, tasked with investigating political killings with the operational focus in KwaZulu-Natal, but of course later it did extend nationally to other provinces. The IMC directed the establishment of the multidisciplinary task team, including members from key law enforcement and the prosecution authority, to create an investigative and prosecutorial strategy for politically related cases in the province. The political killings task team was overseen by a national steering committee, the IMC, and of course they report to the president.
Before you continue, I have noticed that you describe National Steering Committee later, at paragraph 73 to be exact. But can you please describe it here? What exactly was the National Steering Committee?
The question of the commissioner is?
What exactly was the National Steering Committee? I'm saying that I am aware that you do describe it later at paragraph 73, but I want you to describe it where you mention it for the first time, which, if I'm not mistaken, is here.
Yes. The National Steering Committee consisted of the senior officials at DDG and DG level, let's say lieutenant generals and also above. This steering committee was chaired by the national head of the DPCI, then was General Libya, consisted of the departments of the National Prosecuting Authority, the national director, and his or her officials were part of that, the correctional services, the SSA, the police formations, that is the deputies of detectives, deputy of policing, the project leader of the political killings task team was giving reports to the steering committee. So that steering committee was the one that will listen to the reports of the political killings task team, and they report, this steering committee will report to the IMC.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Matawa, before you proceed, General, what does it mean that the National Steering Committee, the IMC, and the President oversaw the PKTT? What is to oversee in this case? And I'm asking, maybe I'm explaining my question. I want to understand what powers, if any, did the NSC, the IMC, and the President have over the activities and operations of the PKTT?
Yeah, the use of the word oversee might have English encroachment, but all one word is saying is that the National Steering Committee, they deal with the operations of the political killings task team. They untangle problems and give direction, and they report to the IMC. The IMC will listen. If IMC feels that there are areas that needs their intervention, for example, in this case, there was a need for a special court, then the minister responsible, which is justice, then will take that up upon himself or herself with the Director General to go and sort out that specific matter. But they were not, the IMC and the President were not involved in what the political task team is doing. The way the political task team was directed by the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal and the project leader.
Thank you, Commissioner Abdullahi. Yes, please proceed. You were about to commence with the second sentence of paragraph 60, where you talk about the PKTT at its inception and who it was led by and who its operational coordinator was.
Yeah, the political killings task team at its inception in 2018 was initially led by a Major General Ramatsweli, and Lieutenant General Kumalo was the operational coordinator. When
Sorry, and can we just stop here? When we say Lieutenant General Kumalo, we are not talking about Commissioner Kumalo, who's currently sitting as one of the co-commissioners. Am I correct?
Yeah, no, I'm not referring to the co-commissioner Kumalo who is here. This one is a Lieutenant General Kumalo, head of crime intelligence, but he was brigadier by then. Yeah, you will encounter a lot of Kumalos in this, but it has nothing to do with the work of what they are doing. And those that I know, they do a good job. I don't know the co-commissioner.
National Commissioner, if I understand, then you're saying because of the many Kumalos that we are encountering here, Commissioner Kumalo is not a deployee of the PKTT.
No, he's not. He's not. It's just coincidence. Thank you.
No, thanks. To come back on a serious note, you've then informed the Commission about the leadership structure of the PKTT at the time when it was introduced in 2018. And in the next paragraph, you say you were the deputy.
Mr. Mdau, sorry, before you go to your next paragraph.
Yes,
we do encounter quite a number of Kumalos in the documents. It might be helpful, say, in this case where you say Lieutenant General Kumalo, give us a first name. Because I see there's, as you would have noticed, there's quite a number of them.
Okay, this one we're referring to here is the Dumisani Kumalo.
There's even, I think, a Major General Kumalo, or am I mistaken? Later on, at some point, there's reference to a Major General Kumalo as well. Or am I wrong?
Yes, there is a Major General Kumalo, is another one.
You should please do the same when you get to that Major General. Do what my co-commissioner, Commissioner Baloyi, has just said. Mention the first name of that Major General Kumalo. Then there will be less confusion for us. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Mutao.
No, thank you. Chair and co-commissioners. And National Commissioner, you understand that request, where you know that there is more than one surname or one official with that surname. For ease of reference, the request is to mention the name so that it is clear which of the surnames.
Yeah, no, I will do so, but maybe during break I will try and get all the names. I might not know the other names.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Yes, paragraph 61, you indicating that at the time when the PKTT was established, you were a deputy national commissioner policing at the time, and you were responsible for the initial call-up of members to be part of the PKTT, which you say is evident from the attached call-up instruction, which is SFM2. If I can just ask you to then go to file 2. SFM2 commences from page 73.
Correct, Commission?
Yes. Yes, I think we're there now. The document commencing on page 73, you describe it as a call-up instruction And you'll see its purpose is outlined in paragraph 1, to say the purpose of this information note is to request the approval of the strategy, its implementation plan, and funding for investigation and prosecution of political related cases in KwaZulu-Natal. Then the next paragraph is the background. If I can ask you to just focus on the second unnumbered paragraph there. The IMC met with the task team investigating these cases on 21 May 2018, and one of the preliminary observations was that this multidisciplinary task team was working in silos and it does not have an investigation and prosecutorial plan or strategy that is aligned to overall government priorities contained in the National Development Plan, NDP 2030, the Medium Strategic Framework, MTSF, and other key policy prescripts, i.e. creating safe and security environment. If I can just ask that. Yes, if I can just ask that you explain the statement that the team did not have an investigation and prosecutorial plan or strategy.
Yeah, what that refers, Commissioner, is that before the establishment of this team, there was a previous team. It was a provincial team that was investigating this very same political killings. So, as we were meeting with the IMC that time, we're evaluating the functioning of the previous team. And that's when we pick up that, yes, the team didn't have a prosecutorial strategy or investigative strategy. So they were not integrated. There was no prosecutor-guided investigation. And the team didn't have an investigation strategy. So those are the findings of the team that was there, that we were inheriting. Of course, I happen to be advantaged that I know also the establishment of that previous team. I was involved. It was more provincial team, and it made no successes at all. So those remarks are referring to that, which then we're saying, let's rework, let's come with a new strategy and way forward.
Okay, so in essence, and I mean you deal with this later on in your statement, you say there was a task team that was investigating or had the very same mandate, as it were, to investigate the political killings in KwaZulu-Natal, which was provincially based, and it was later disbanded and substituted with this one.
Correct.
And the remarks that I directed you to relate to or refer to the previous task team.
Correct.
And I mean, you'll say more about it when you deal with that aspect.
Yeah, no, I'll say more when we
a little later. Then if I can ask you to turn to page 79 of that document. Can I just ask you to, just in brief terms, deal with that aspect of monitoring and evaluation?
Yeah, with regard to monitoring and evaluation within the task team, we said that there will be a tactical joint operations center. Commanders will meet on a daily basis, inspect dockets, direct operations, and the commanders will also, the tactical joint operational commanders and the mission area joint operational center will meet on a weekly basis. In other words, there was a method which the team is being monitored regularly from provincial level. That's where your MACHOC is. The tactical jogs, there were about 4 divided into 4 where in the province where there was a problem by that time of political killings. So at that tactical level, they will meet daily. Province, they will meet weekly to monitor what is being done, what assistance can be done, and review, where necessary, their strategies.
And if you look at the second last bullet on that page, it says the status report will be submitted to the Criminal Justice Prevention and Security, JCPS Director General's Cluster Chairperson bi-weekly for further handling with the IMC. Is that connected to the point that you are making in paragraph 60 of your statement regarding the PKTT being overseen by the bodies that you've outlined in that paragraph?
Yeah, it is in line, except to say that as that submission is done, it means it will go via the National Commissioner's Office, Steering Committee, and to the DG's cluster, and then only then to the Interministerial Committee.
Okay. The recommendations are in paragraph 7. You don't need to deal with them. If I can ask you to then turn over the page, at page 18. The signature on top there, whose signature is it? And what does it signify?
It is my signature. Above there is a recommendation or not recommended. I forgot to tick recommended, but I do allude what should happen there, to say the operation will be run operationally differently, unlike other operations. And I also say there is still something outstanding, which is the budget for vehicles. So that's my signatures.
And then if you turn over the page to page 81, the top signature on that page, whose signature is it? And equally, what does it signify?
The signature is the signature of the national head of Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, General Libya, and he recommended this specific call-up or plan.
So if you look at this document, I don't want to deal with all of them, but they mainly follow the same pattern.
They follow the same until the page 82, where the National Commissioner then approved the plan or the strategy.
Yes, I was just dealing with one so that we orientate the commissioners about the structure of these documents, who gets involved, and the signatures and what they signify. Then if I can ask you to...
Mr. Mdau, if I may just check something.
Yes.
In that page 79, General, under recommendations, the second bullet, it gives you a budget number or an estimated amount, and then it says to be managed at Provincial Office KwaZulu-Natal. Does this mean that this operation, the PKTT, then falls under the operational control of the Provincial Commissioner KZN? It is, and I ask the question mindful that it's a national project, as I understand.
Correct, Commissioner. It is a national project. In this specific instance, yes, we're saying that it will fall under the Provincial Commissioner, KwaZulu-Natal. If I also take you to page 80, under the signature of General Masemola, hence you see I'm saying the cost center posting is different to other national operations, and it's understood that this operation is driven, this operation is provincially driven. So to clarify what the Commissioner is asking, yes, it was driven at the province. But I must hasten to say it's not automatic that it will be like that. This was an operation that investigate political related killings. So we were very sensitive and selective as to who gets involved. Does not necessarily mean, if we say provincial commissioner, it's not automatic that if this provincial commissioner goes currently, the next one comes, it will continue with that one. No, it was a sensitive, it was a case specific, because after this political killing task team was established, a lot of politicians had interest in what they are doing, and a lot of inquiries were being made. Hence, we had to narrow those people that are involved in this operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Just at the time when you are dealing with SFM2, was the focus of the task team specifically looking at KZN, or had it looked at other provinces beyond KZN? We are now in 2018 at its inception. I'm following up from the question by Commissioner Baloyi.
Yeah, at its inception in 2019, the political killing task team was mainly looking at the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Okay. And we know that later on in the statement, you deal with the fact that its mandate was extended beyond that province to KZN and to focus on other issues as well. Correct?
It's correct. Later, we'll clarify that they were involved in other provinces like Eastern Cape.
Right. If I can then ask you to conclude in paragraph 62, that's where you allude to where the PKTT ended up operating mainly from. You deal with KZN and Eastern Cape. If I can just ask you to deal with paragraph 62.
Yeah, the operation of the political killings task team was mainly KwaZulu-Natal, and later we extended to the Eastern Cape province under Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalo's supervision and oversight to focus on political related crimes, of course, in KwaZulu-Natal, and also in the killings in the Eastern Cape, the investigated cases at the Fort Hare, mainly murder cases and fraud.
And again, there you reiterate, as directed by the National Steering Committee, the IMC, and the President.
Correct. Thanks, Commissioner.
And then you next deal with the initial plan and the integrated plan. In paragraph 63, that's where you make the point that you had made earlier, that the PKTT was not the first task team that had been set up or established in KZN. If I can then ask you to deal with paragraph 63, which deals with the establishment and the disbandment of the initial task team, which was then substituted or replaced by the PKTT.
Thanks, Commissioners. The political killing task team was not the first task team to establish to deal with political killing in the province. There was a previous team established in 2017, but it was not particularly effective. It wasn't successful. A decision was taken to dissolve or disband it. During the process of that disbandment of that team, a new task team was established, which is now known as the Political Killings Task Team. The previous team was disbanded in consultation with the directors, generals, or commissioners of SAPS, NPA, SSA, and correctional services. During those meetings of May, June, that's when the new team was moving out, and this new team was established. Stakeholders informed that ministers of the respective departments were informed of the decision of the Directors General of of their intention to dissolve the old team. So I want to make it clear also that ministerial approval was not a requirement to establish a team. The decision to disband was taken after the briefing with the Directors General. The National Commissioner took that decision to disband. At that time, it was General Ketlas Tole who was the National Commissioner, and ultimately he took that decision, and we established a new team, which is what we currently have. During that process of establishing the PKTT, it was evident that indeed a strong operational head at the time was needed, and Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo, who was a brigadier then, was achieving considerable success as the commander of a project which was addressing rhino poaching in the province of Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and KwaZulu-Natal and Northwest. As the commander of that rhino poaching task team, which was quite successful, Khumalo led efforts that coordinated police, intelligence, analytical resources to conduct operations targeting poachers. So we then, before that, that national team started decentralizing its mandate to those provinces that I've mentioned, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest. In other words, the provinces established their own team and carry on with rhino poaching. So it was an opportune moment then that, because he was successful in that we then bring him to come and form the nucleus of establishing this new PKTT, using most of the strategies that he has been using in the rhino poaching. The formation of the PKTT represented a significant shift in how politically motivated crimes were approached, prioritizing collaboration across multiple agencies and emphasizing accountability. The cross-functional approach enabled the team to leverage expertise from various sectors. You'd recall I said the first previously team consisted of members from KwaZulu-Natal. Now this current PKTT consists of members from all provinces and national head office. So the PKTT's establishment was intended to address the complex nature of political violence, ensuring that interventions were coordinated, targeted, and responsive to evolving challenges in both KwaZulu-Natal and later in the Eastern Cape. Yes. So the investigation of these cases are not just as simple like investigating an ordinary matter. There is a lot of efforts and skill that you require to investigate these cases, and it takes time to make a breakthrough on a single case.
And sorry, if I can just ask you to go back a bit. You speak in the second sentence of paragraph 66 about the cross-functional approach, which enabled the team to leverage expertise from various sectors, thereby enhancing both investigative capacity and prosecutorial effectiveness. If I can just ask you to explain that a bit, the leveraging of expertise from various sectors.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
The leveraging of expertise from various sectors.
Which expertise are you talking about?
I'm referring to the team consisted of general detectives, detectives from murder and robbery, members of the DPCI, and also members of the forensic services. You are from the forensic lab. And also the team then later as we had the National Prosecuting Authority as part of the steering committee, there was a need to have prosecutors that can work with the team. And the National Prosecuting Authority did dedicate prosecutors to work with this team in KwaZulu-Natal.
Yes. And I mean, later on you deal with, in your statement, the need for collaboration between the various sectors and the National Prosecuting Authority to ensure that the investigation and cases that are referred to court meet the prosecutorial standard that is expected.
Yeah.
So as one of the central methods in this new investigative method.
Yeah, that is correct,
auditing.
Commissioner. That is correct, Commissioner.
Chair and members of the Commission, I'm about to move to the new to a new topic, and I'm not sure if it's a convenient time for
Yes.
a tea agenda.
Let's.
Advocate Mtau, I know you're leaving this section. I just want to go back to 63 quickly. General, the last sentence in paragraph 63, and I assume your answer will take us to tea time. Why was it necessary, when the previous task team was disbanded, to consult with SAPS, NPA, SSA, and DCS? Why was that necessary that the consultation take place?
Well, when we were there, because we were in Durban as those departments, we could not take a unilateral decision. Remember, the IMC consisted of ministers of those departments, and the heads of those departments were also they were also in KwaZulu-Natal. So the National Commissioner could not just decide to dissolve the old team and come up with a new one without taking his counterparts on board. Because, as you remember, one of the criticism on the team was that it had no investigative strategy, it was working in silos, it didn't have assistance or collaboration of the NPA. So now that we are moving forward with a new team, it was necessary then for the National Commissioner to bring his counterparts on board, which actually they did the analysis together to say we are now moving forward. So it was necessary that he informed them. They just don't left outside.
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:15. We are ready when you are, Mr. Mutau.
Thank you, General. If we can then deal with the next topic in your statement, it's governance and reporting structure of the PKTT, and you deal with this commencing from paragraph 67 and following. In 67, you indicate that the PKTT operates with a central command overseeing geographically spread subunits, and based at SAPS KZN HQ. Perhaps if I can ask you then to take it from there in order to also assist the Commission. You remember the Chair said when you get to these terms, you should please define them. Yes, if you can proceed from there.
Not the obvious ones like NPA or...
Correct. Yes, yes. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Commissioner. The political killings task team was operating with a central command, meaning that the command was in the province under the provincial commissioner, the SAPS headquarters in the province, and that office is called MACHOC, is a joint operational center, which is at the province, and you have got TechJox. TechJox is a tactical operations center, meaning there were 4 of them divided in the province, led by a senior commander comprising of, at those TechJox, they were comprising of SAPS detectives, intelligence collectors, analysts, combat teams, that is uniform police, the DPCI investigators, and the structure coordinates intelligence and rapid response and prosecution efforts. That is, so there were 4 of those TACJOCs being commanded from the province. The governance and reporting lines of PKTT reflected a multi-layered oversight and operational structure, ensuring clear accountability and coordination amongst key national and provincial stakeholders.
Yes, and then in 68.1, you then deal with the different stakeholders and their role. If I can ask you to deal with that, commencing from 68.1, the IMC.
Yeah, the IMC, chaired by the Minister of Police and Defense, consisted of senior members or consisted of ministers from State Security, Defense, Justice, and Correctional Service. And the IMC was responsible for providing strategic direction over the PKTT, and it reported to the President and the Cabinet in terms of the work of the task team.
And you say it was intended to ensure that the PKTT's activities align with national priorities and receive appropriate guidance at the highest level of government.
That is correct, Commissioner. Yes. Then the SAPS SAPS-led the PKTT as the primary agents, contributing investigators, forensic support, crime intelligence resources. The task team is SAPS-led and include members from DPCI, ensuring a comprehensive approach to investigation. The SAPS coordinates operational activities and integrate relevant expertise to address politically related or motivated crimes effectively.
Is the NPA?
The National Prosecuting Authority, particularly through its KwaZulu-Natal office, played a key role in embedding prosecutors with the PKTT, and the integration facilitated prosecutorial guided throughout the investigations, ensuring that cases are built to prosecutorial standards and can be effectively presented in court. The SSA supported the PKTT by providing intelligence where applicable, particularly regarding politically targeted killings. These intelligence functions enhance the PKT's ability to anticipate, detect, and respond to threats, thereby strengthening the investigative process. The Department of Correctional Services contributed to the PKTT by assisting with matters such as witness protection and transfer of prisoners from one prison to another when the need arises. This support ensures that the security and the integrity of witnesses and the effective management of individuals in custody who are linked to ongoing investigations and or prosecutions. The provincial government was also part, which they communicated their priorities, their requirements, priorities, and challenges to the PKTT. The Premier and the MEC actively participated in this process at the beginning, representing the interests of the province and ensuring that local concerns were integrated into the broader operational framework.
And if I can just pause here, some of the stakeholders that you mentioned here were also involved as stakeholders in the previous task team. And you spoke about consulting them when that task team was disbanded. You recall in response to the question that you were asked by Commissioner Baloyi, you dealt with and provided your reasons as to why, as stakeholders, they needed to be consulted. If I can ask you to just touch on that point again.
Okay, what I was saying is that as the IMC went to the province of KwaZulu-Natal, they went with their directors generals. So during the meetings, the National Commissioner found it or saw it fit that he consult the other role players because they've got a role to play, which is what I just described now, which everyone have got a role to play. So it was important that he consult them so that they can assist with they can assist the task team with the role that they are playing. So hence, you have seen the NPA must provide prosecutors, the SSA must provide intelligence, the corrections must provide movement or transfers of prisoners. Some of the prisoners or detainees might also be witnesses in other cases, and so it was necessary that that consultation takes place to make the work of the PKTT to be smooth.
And you've shown how integrated each of these services are in the implementation of the plan and the achievement of the objectives.
Correct. Yeah, it was a multi-agency integrated structure, and which was prosecutor-led and coordinated through by all the departments that were represented at IMC level.
And then the next topic that you deal with in your statement is the development and approval of the PKTT strategic framework. And commencing from paragraph 70, you deal with a recommendation that had been made for the adoption of an implementation plan. And you indicate in paragraph 71 that you participated as a member of the team in the process that led to the recommendation of that PKTT implementation plan. And you indicate that that plan is dated 18 June 2018, and that is the plan that we initially dealt with earlier, that information note. You recall SFM2. So just for the benefit of the commissioners, that the document that you refer to in paragraph 71 is SFM2, which you already dealt with earlier.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And we know then that following the presentation of that plan, you say it was accepted by the then National Commissioner, and thereby establishing a clear and coordinated strategic framework for the PKTT's activities. And if I can then ask you to proceed from paragraph 72, where you deal with the operational chain of command, and in paragraph 73, you deal with the oversight of the PKTT activities.
Thanks, Chair. The operational command of within the PKTT was structured to ensure clear lines of authority and effective coordination of activities. This was achieved by organizing the command through tactical joint operation centers, commanders, and the respective zone or unit leads. These leaders were responsible for managing operations within their designated areas and ensuring that actions were aligned with the overall objective of the PKTT. Oversight of the PKTT's activities was provided by the National Steering Committee, which comprised of senior officials from relevant law enforcement agencies as well as representatives from, no, not from IMC. It was only the relevant officials from law enforcement agencies. The committee convened regularly to assess progress, address challenges, and ensure that the team's effort remained focused on its defined mandate.
And if I can just summarize, 74 and 75 deal with the operational model which you set out in parts earlier on, and then in 75 it's the identification of specific operational challenges and the goal that was sought to be achieved is something that you've already testified on. If I can ask you to then move to the next topic, being the work of the PKTT, commencing from paragraph 76.
Thanks, Commissioners. Since the PKTT was established as a task team, the National Commissioner ultimately had to approve the PKTT's budget. As part of his budget approval process, the project leader, Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo, would prepare an information note which would be verified by the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkonazi, and thereafter submitted for recommendation and approval. This information note was essentially a request for extension of the term of the team. When it was established, the PKTT's term was initially 6 months. Therefore, in order for it to continue operating, its term had to be extended for a further 6 months, and budget has to be allocated.
Sorry, if I can then just perhaps to deal with what comes after that, because it deals with aspects that you've already testified on. You indicated that the motivation for extensions would be contained in the information notes. We dealt with one example earlier, where a motivation is outlined. The plan, by way of objectives, is also dealt with together with the budget and the time frame for which the approval related. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've also spoken earlier on about the principle of reporting, which was intended to ensure that there was transparency and accountability in respect of the operations of the PKTT. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Yes. And you also indicated your participation in that process for requesting a budget, identifying the term of the extension, and the priorities that were going to be addressed. Correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Then if I can ask you to move to paragraph 79, where you say, when I was appointed as the National Commissioner.
Thanks, Commissioner. Maybe before I move there, let me just also explain that the team's mandate was extended from 6 months to another 6 months and eventually a year, but then eventually we had to make it permanent. Why it happens that way was that during the first 6 months and the second 6 months, the courts, or whether it's the lawyers or the accused, they will postpone their cases and request a postponement beyond the team's mandate, so that by the time the cases come to court, the team is no more there. So that forced us to end up then saying the team, announcing that the team is permanent, because otherwise cases were not being tried. They would want to know when are they going back. Once they are given the date, then they ask postponement beyond that. So hence we then make the team to say it will be permanent until the political killings subside. Going to paragraph 79, when I was appointed as the National Commissioner in 2022, I was responsible for approving extensions and budget for PKTT. I attached here what I referred to as Financial Authority from June 2018 to June 2025. The relevant extensions and financial authorities or approval are attached as SFM3. I also deal with the June 2025 approval in more detail when I address the events that occurred post the handing over of the one-to-one dockets that have become known to all South Africans.
Sorry, Advocate Mutau.
Yes, thanks.
General, the extensions, the various extensions, and then the one where the PKTT's term was made permanent, did those require ministerial approval or IMC approval?
No, they did not need the IMC approval. It only required the National Commissioner, based on what the work that you see, the National Commissioner to approve those extensions.
Thank you. And I think perhaps just if we can deal with SFM3 to make one reference correction in the annexures, whereafter all the annexures follow the sequence as contained or referenced in your statement. If I can ask you to turn to the second file, SFM3, on page 133. You will see from 133 to 149. That refers to the document that you seek to reference in paragraph 79. Yes, until 149.
That is correct.
And then you will see after 149 to 150. Sorry, from 150 to 153. That is a different document, and you will see when we get to the next paragraphs from 81 to 82. That SFM4 is the document at 150 to 153. So that I just want that to be corrected for the record in terms of that one reference in your statement. Then we'll deal with SM4 in the next section.
Okay.
So SFM3 is supposed to go from 133 to 149. Yes, and then SFM4, you'll see it starts if you go to paragraph 81 of your statement, you speak of the March 24 information note, and that is the one that commences at 150. If you look at paragraph 5 of 150, you'll have 24 to 25 there. And if you go to the signature page at 152, you'll see that's the March 2024 document.
Okay.
I assume this will necessitate movement of the flags.
Movement,
Mr.
yes.
Mutau. So,
Perhaps what could be done is the one should be labeled as, but I mean we'll address that probably SFM 3.1, and then it doesn't affect the rest of the sequence.
all right. We'll
Yes.
leave it to your juniors to attend.
To attend to it, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mutau.
Thank you.
Mr. Mutau, sorry, before you proceed, on a quick scanning of your SFM3,
Yes.
it looks like different periods of requests for extensions.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
I think it'd probably be helpful for the record if you would indicate the first extension date, it's pages so-and-so, and then the next extension date,
Okay.
pages so-and-so.
Yes, we'll do so.
Thank you.
And can I just request that I come back to that at a later stage? Because in paragraph 79, it just simply references the fact that those extensions commence from June
Okay.
2018 to June 2025. I'll just make sure that the extensions are identified in accordance with the request. Okay. Thank you. General, then if we can then come back to your statement. In 81, you deal with, sorry, perhaps before we start with 81, in paragraph 80, you made that point earlier that although it was initially mandated to deal with the political killings in KZN, it was extended to the Eastern Cape to investigate murders and related cases at the University of Fort Hare.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Now, we'll deal with that slightly later. Then in 81, you deal with the extension relating to that March 2024 period. And I had just indicated that the extension approval, which you mentioned in paragraph 82, which is SFM 4 on your current statement, it should actually be SFM 3, pages 150 to 153. We will attend to the renumbering with the evidence leaders. And perhaps if you could just give an overview of the points that you seek to make in paragraph 81 in relation to the extension of the mandate of the political task team to cover the killing of traditional leaders in KZN.
Thanks, Commissioners. Although initially the team was mandated to work in KwaZulu-Natal, later the team's mandate was extended to the Eastern Cape province to deal most specifically matters and other related cases at the Fort Hare University, and they were quite very successful in that regard. And during March 2024, the team's mandate was once again extended. A decision was taken to extend the mandate and also appointing Kumalo further as the project leader for the financial year. The mandate of the team was extended from 1st April 2024 to include the investigation of cases involving the killing of traditional leaders. This was an outcry that the minister did by then. Minister Kokta and Minister Police indicated that these traditional leaders, as they understand also the presidency, that these cases needs to be prioritized. And I then decided that I extend the mandate of the team to also include cases of traditional leaders. There were parallel major investigations that were still ongoing, like killings at Fort Hare University. There was a potential risk that the courts involving political related cases, especially 49 trial-ready cases and 82 cases that were under investigation at the time, may collapse if we withdraw the team. Incidents of political related cases were expected to increase as we are approaching the elections in 2024 due to unstable coalition governments at various municipalities, especially in KwaZulu-Natal.
Okay. And then in paragraph 84, you deal with an invitation from the President for the PKTT to brief, or rather for him to receive a briefing in respect of the operations and the successes of the PKTT at that point. If I can ask you to deal with that, paragraph 83.
Yes.
General, maybe before you, sorry, Mr. Mtao, before you answer the question, in paragraph 81, the extension of the mandate to cover University of Fort Hare and the traditional leaders, who made that decision to extend?
I made that decision.
Okay.
Because of the outcry that was there.
Can I ask a follow-up question? My understanding is that there were various task teams throughout the country. Why specifically the PKTT? What was it about it?
When the killings did happen, yes, there was the provincial commissioner did put a task team to do investigation, but as we have seen there is no progress, then the reason why we called the PKTT is because of its nature of success. You could see that, if I may go to Fort Hare, the Fort Hare cases were being investigated by the province of Eastern Cape, the SAPS in the Eastern Cape, including the DPCI in that province for quite some time, over a year or so. And there wasn't much of success. And because of this team, one knows how successful it is in most cases. Then we ask that they assist in the Eastern Cape. And indeed, within a short space of time, they were able to resolve most of the cases at the university. Normally, people say that where you have the Kumalo investigating, if there is a case, definitely you will face the full might of the law. So in this case also it proved that way. Thank you.
And when we deal with the documents later, we will show that in respect of both these extensions, the presidency was contacted, both in relation to the extension of the mandate of the PKTT to include the matters at the University of Fort Hare and in the Eastern Cape, and in relation to the killings of traditional leaders. And you will explain at that point, with reference to those documents, what the reference to the presidency and how that cascaded, if at all, from that to yourself in respect of implementation. But I don't want to take you out of sequence in your evidence. If then you can proceed, subject to the commissioners having finished their questions, to deal with the briefing of the president at the Durban airport following his request.
Yeah, it was. There was an invitation from the president. He was for other work in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and he invited the team on 17 March at Durban Airport. And members of the team, together with myself and the minister, did brief the president on the work of the team. This was the last briefing to the president on the PKTT before his disbandment, and the attached presentation to that is SFM5. So that day they did
Sorry,
briefing.
just for ease of location, that presentation is at pages 167 to 186, file 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mtao.
Thank you. We'll come back to some of those details later. Yes, and then you proceed in paragraph 84, and you provide the statistics which you say highlight the successes of the PKTT since its inception in June 2018 until the 28th of February 2025. If I can just ask you to deal with those, commencing from 84.1.
Yeah, as at 28th of February 2025, the following statistics highlights the success of the PKTT since 2018. They had 612 dockets that have been allocated. 125 of these dockets are still under investigation. 9 were unfounded. Unfounded means that you can say it's a false case. They were finding a lot of those during the time. And 10 were pending the DPP's decision as to whether to prosecute or not. 114 were at various courts, 57 were withdrawn for various reasons, and 297 were finalized. Finalized means either guilty or no guilty or alternative dispute resolution, whatever the outcome of will it be. The outcome of this highlights both the complexity and the challenges inherent in prosecuting politically related cases. As I said, commissioners, earlier, the cases are quite very complex when one investigates them. So they need more skill, more time.
But perhaps if you could just shed some light to the commission, what is it that is complicated about investigating these or prosecuting these politically related cases?
What it entails is that you have somebody, we call it a hit orderer, somebody that orders that somebody be killed, and they have to procure a hitman, which is Nkabi. You must somewhere procure also a firearm, and then at some point then get the firearm to the Nkabi and make sure that then the hit is undertaken. So to link all those people.
Sometimes procure spotters as well.
Yeah, sometimes they procure spotters that will check where are the people. So after the killing, sometimes complex, difficult to link all those people. And there are those that have got they've invented some new modus operandis in terms of how they deal with. But I wouldn't say it because it will educate others. So that's how complex it was. And in some cases, especially of cases of intimidation and attempted murders, councillors will go as far as getting into their cars and say somebody must shoot, but just make sure you shoot just on the shoe, don't shoot too deep on the bone. And in that process, sometimes because the person is in the boot, you shoot from outside, always an accident happens, then they get seriously injured. And that was done purely to derive to fight for protection, to say one's bodyguard, I've been shot at. But when investigations at later stage, sometimes it reveals that no, but where you say there was a shooting, it was only you and the protector who was there, or it was somebody, not a protector. So then they will then confess that, yeah, no. I wanted to make sure that I get a budget from municipality for protection. That's how at length they went. So that's why I say these cases are quite complicated.
Okay. And the intervention should be equally sophisticated to deal with them.
Yes. Also, yes, the intervention, because if you use local police, sometimes they know local politicians. It becomes much more easier and for them maybe to be swayed or persuaded in the investigation. Hence, we use members from other provinces. We know it's expensive, but it's worth it, because if we use local police, it's always a problem. And I must say, after the team was there, a lot of people that needed to know the work of the team was quite a lot of them. And we were briefing based on who wants to know what, not briefing everybody on what the team was doing.
And then, in essence, between paragraph 86 to 90, you continue to set out the statistics that highlight the successes of the PKTT. I don't need you to deal with those, because the Commission will see the figures as they are outlined there. But there are 2 points that I'd like you to deal with from those paragraphs. In paragraph 86, you make a point that in your view the PKTT is hugely successful. And you say, as will be dealt with in detail later, on 6 March 2025, Lieutenant General Kumalo presented the PKTT's successes to Minister Senzo Mchunu in an effort to convince him that his decision to disband the PKTT was ill-advised, to the extent that he was advised at all. If I can just ask, maybe just for you to explain to the Chair and the Commissioners, what point do you seek to make here?
Yeah, the point I seek to make here on paragraph 86 was that, well, we know that the team was successful, commissioners, in doing its work. So on the 6th of March, there was invitation for the minister to go and discuss the disbandment plan. You would recall that the minister issued the letter on 31st December to disband the team. So I did seek audience immediately thereafter, which it never come quicker. If ever we met on other matters, but not on this one. So 6 March, the purpose was to discuss the disbandment plan. But then we then put also a summary of the success of what the team has done, even though we know that it was sent to the minister's report of the 20th of January. The aim was, of course, also to maybe convince him to think otherwise about the team at this particular
General,
meeting.
Sorry to interrupt you. Not at all questioning your assertion with regard to success, but I just want to understand it. You referred to 612 dockets, and you say of those, 297 were finalized. That's at 84.7. Can you please just explain how exactly you measure success? 612 and 297 finalized. I do see that's very close to 50%.
Yeah, finalize, commissioners, I might not have the exact figures here, which I'm sure General Kumal will bring it on board later. It means that it's cases that are finalized, be it...
No, you did explain that. You did explain what finalized mean. What I want to focus on now is the assertion that the PKTT is hugely successful. And I'm not questioning that. I'm not suggesting that it is not hugely successful. I just want to understand how you measure success.
Oh, thanks, Commissioner. How we measure success, we measure it in terms of cases where the team did get a conviction. That's how we measure success. That is cases where there is convictions, even if there is no sentencing yet, but once there is conviction, then that we counter as a success. Detection of suspects and getting them for court, and eventually, if there is a conviction, then that is the success.
I don't know to what extent this may be of relevance to the findings and possibly even recommendations we make at the end. But regard being head to the fact that you said finalized encompasses different categories of finalization, and you are now focusing on convictions, and we are looking at 297, which is a figure relating to all those categories. So it makes it very difficult for one to have a sense of, for example, the convictions, because with regard to success, you seem to focus on convictions. So if you have this globular total, you have no idea as to what exactly the success is if one looks at convictions. But I guess it would be very unfair of me to require you to give those statistics here if you do not have them in your affidavit. Perhaps let's leave it there.
Thanks, Chair. General, did I understand you correctly when you said Lieutenant General Khumalo is going to deal with this issue in more detail?
That's correct.
Did I understand you correctly?
That's correct, Commissioner. He will deal with the details of that.
And he will provide those statistics.
That is correct.
Mr. Madau,
Yes.
perhaps General Khumalo will deal with it. You will indicate if that's the intention.
Yes.
But it's a slightly different angle and a follow-up on the chair's question. Now, in this presentation to the President, General, and I'm looking at page 168, and in paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bullet point 5, you say, as of July 2018, the team is allocated and accounts for 329 dockets of politically related cases. That is the presentation in March 2014, And then in your statement at paragraph 84.1, you say since June 2018, the PKTT has 612 dockets allocated to it. Should we read this to mean that the difference between 612 and the 329 as at March 2024 is in fact the increase in dockets from April 24 to
February 25.
Yeah, is that what it means, or is it just a case of how the evidence is presented, Mr. Mutau, that there's no detail and a bit of it is lost in there somewhere?
Sorry, Commissioner, you say on...
So if you look at 168,
Yes.
bundle B, or the second bundle, that's the presentation to the President. And bullet point 5, you say that at July 2018, 329 dockets had been allocated as July 2018, so March 2024. And then your statement says as at February 2025, which is a year later, the PKTT has 612 dockets. Is that an indicator of the growth in dockets? Is it a question of the numbers? Because it's like a 50%, nearly 50% increase in dockets in 1 year.
Yeah, it's an increase from 329 to then the current, which is 612. Is an increase of extra allocation of dockets.
So as at the time that the minister makes a decision to disband, you are now dealing in the region of about 612
Yes, that's
dockets.
correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're about to touch on paragraph 86, and you were dealing with reference to a meeting of 6 March 2025, which we know, which you say you will deal with it in detail a little later. But in this paragraph, you talk about...
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, and you deal with them from 86.1 to 86.5, and then in 87 you deal with how they were allocated. You see that?
Yes.
From 87.1 until 87.3. That's how you deal with the allocation of the 333 dockets.
Yes, Commissioner.
And then in paragraph 88, you deal with the 18 dockets that pertained to the incidents of killings at the University of Fort Hare. And you break those down into 14, 2, and 2. You see that?
Correct, Commissioner.
And then in paragraph 89, you deal with the team having been further allocated 51 dockets that are associated with matters targeting traditional leaders. And you break those down into 48 and 3. You see that?
Correct,
Please,
Commissioner.
Yes.
please hold your thought and don't forget where you were, Mr. Mutau.
Thank you.
General, can you please explain the 333 dockets at the top of page 27? Where does that number come from? The last number that had been referred to was the 612 at 84.1, and then at 86, just before 86.1, there's reference to 333 dockets. Where does that come from?
The 333, if I go back and look at it, it will come from the same 612. It's not an extra number above 612. It comes from the same 612. What I need to just probably go and check back is the 297, because as to the 297 and the 333.
Perhaps if you turn to page 411, it might assist.
411.
411.
That's under SFM 12.
Mr. Mtau, I realize that we didn't give your bundles any name, and I'm worried that the record might just struggle you moving between the two bundles, and it's not clear for purpose of the record that now you're referring to a different bundle.
So, Commissioner, we had said file 1 and file 2.
So
maybe,
Masemola.
yeah, maybe for uniformity, what we did, sorry, my co-commissioner, what we did with General Mukwanazi's files, we called them Mukwanazi 1 and Mukwanazi 2.
Oh.
So perhaps we should, for uniformity, do something similar here, and for the statement, we call that Masemola 1, and then the annexures Masemola 2. And then when council refers to them, you do the same. Thank you.
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Commissioners.
Waloyi.
Yes, National Commissioner, I directed you perhaps in that discussion with the chair regarding 333 dockets to page 411 of Masemola 2. And then perhaps you could explain it from there.
Okay, thanks, commissioners. If you go to Masemola 2, ne?
Yes. And also bearing in mind what the chair's question is. The
Yes.
chair's question is relative to the number of 612 that you had provided as being the total number of dockets. Where does 333 come in?
Correct.
Or fit
So if you go to is SFM 12 on page 412, right at the bottom left, you'll find the 612 dockets. Totally, that was allocated to the team. That is the total. And then when you go to page 411 of the same document, on the top left corner, you'll find the 333 cases. And if you look at the topic of that is political related cases. There were 333 totally for the whole period. And then the breakdown comes there. Just the writing is not so good.
So which one are you looking at? Do you want to deal with parallel cases or you want to deal with ad hoc cases?
The breakdown of the 333 is on the...
Yes, on the top column.
Yeah, on the top column, there is 53, 3, 2, 1, 1, 7, 4, 6, 11. So what I was saying was that the topics on top are just not readable, but that's where the 333 refers to political related cases of the 612. And then the 90 below refers to parallel cases of the same 612. And then the 120 on the same page is ad hoc cases, 120 of the same one, of the same 612.
But perhaps to assist the Commission, what are parallel cases and what are ad hoc cases?
Parallel cases,
I'm aware that you said General Kumalo will give
Yes.
more detail on this, but
Yeah.
the commissioners need the information now to make sense of
Yes.
these numbers.
parallel cases are those cases where they will find that their suspect, beside them investigating him for political related case, they find that this fellow have also committed, let's say, robbery somewhere, either a robbery of common robbery, then that case will be is not political related. So meaning it's not necessarily the mandate of this team, but they are investigating this suspect. Then they will take that case to make it as a parallel case.
Okay.
And then ad hoc cases also are those cases that are necessarily not political related, but the same accused might have been arrested for possession of illegal firearm at a different police station or in an unrelated matter. But then the team, in order to bring these cases together, to know better their client, then they will take those cases and investigate them. So those cases are not political related, but their client is involved in those cases. And then traditional leadership cases.
This is over the page at 412.
Yeah, if you turn the page
Yeah,
from
412.
411 to,
Just over the page.
yes. Traditional related cases relate to killings of traditional leaders, be it the Nkosis and the Indunas. And not necessarily killings alone, it might also mean attempted murders and so on. And then University of Fort Hare cases, those were cases of murder and fraud and corruption and so on at the University of Fort Hare. And the last column is the overall total of 612. But I must go back to the parallel cases and the ad hoc cases. I would want to leave that also more specifically for General Kumalo to come and explain the detailed difference between the two. Don't want to conclude on that one.
Yes, but,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mutau. This clarifies it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Um,
Thank you to you as well, General.
Thanks, Commissioner.
General, in paragraph 90 of your statement, the last sentence, you say the PKTT has an unmatched success rate. Now, I want to bring you back to paragraph 84, perhaps to further clarify the question that the chair was asking. If one is merely looking at 612 dockets, and of those, 297 were finalized, it would appear, just on the face of that there are less cases that were finalized than the cases that had been allocated. You see that? Because if you just look at 612 and subtract 297 from that number,
Correct.
it would be less than half the total number of dockets.
Correct.
And I think it is in that context that the chair is asking the question to say how do you then measure success, particularly with reference to the point you make in paragraph 86 and the last sentence that I referred you to in paragraph 90 of your...
Factoring into that, the fact that finalization does not mean convictions only. There are several categories under that term.
Yeah.
So the 297 in terms of convictions is even reduced further, as it were. So please respond to Mr. Mutau's question.
Thanks, Commissioner. The finalization in this regard, will recall that the dockets of at Fort Hare University, there has been arrest made. Those cases are still at court, have not yet finalized, because the trial of this type of cases take long. And also take into account that, I think it was over 51 of the traditional leaders' dockets. The team only took those dockets in 2024. So there couldn't have been more move in terms of investigation of those cases. So, and it doesn't mean that they might have made a lot of arrests, but the cases will still be at court and not finalized as we mean in terms of conviction. So that's the difference. It's not expected that if they've got 612 dockets, there shall be 612 convictions. No, it doesn't work that way. They might have made arrests, but cases take time. We can refer to this very same year. We might have seen a number of convictions coming from the very same cases of the team that comes a long way.
So perhaps it may be shortchanging the PKTT to focus on convictions only. I would imagine that, and I think it is stated somewhere in your affidavit, there may be instances where there is no movement at all in terms of detection and arrests. But upon the PKTT taking over, there's suddenly movement in that regard. And you get arrests and you get people appearing in court. So it may not necessarily lead to convictions in the end. But the fact that suddenly there's movement,
correct,
does make a difference.
That's correct, Commissioner. Especially if we look at the Fort Hare one, there was no movement at all. But after the team intervened, people were arrested, people were brought at court. So then the cases are still in the process at the court.
Of course, one assumes that the arrests would not be arrests for the sake of it, and that it would be arrests that are justified in the circumstances.
Yes, correct, Commissioner.
Mr. Mutawi, if I may, you, General, in that paragraph 90 rather, you say that the PKTT has an unmatched success rate. Obviously, you and the Minister disagree. In his letter, we know he says that it adds no value, or some language to that effect. Now, when you say the success is unmatched, what are your comparators? What is your point of reference against which you are comparing to say the success of the team is unmatched?
It will be difficult to match the work of the team with a province or a district because they work across. When one uses that word unmatched, is that there is cases that they would have been dead with no progress. But once you get this team into that case, you will see movement, you'll see arrests. Like, let's go back, I think somewhere we talk about a number of cases which the team had somewhere in 2018, which come from the previous team with very little success. But after this team was then put into work, they were able to make a breakthrough in a lot of those cases. The next example in point is the Fort Hare. Like I was saying, some of the fraud cases there in Fort Hare, the DPCI has been investigating them for more than a year, and we haven't had a breakthrough. But after we got this team at Fort Hare, there was a progress on murders, frauds, and corruption. So that's what one refers to, that they bound to make a breakthrough. We can go as far as in Gauteng province, where we had cases of murders and drugs related, which after the team the Gauteng team seek assistance of KwaZulu-Natal, and we allowed 10 members of the political killings task team to assist Gauteng. They started making a breakthrough, and also they unraveled more than what the team in Gauteng would have found. So that, in its case, in its nature, we are saying that the team is a success. If the KwaZulu-Natal political killings task team members didn't come to Gauteng, we would not have the current rate of unraveling, the arrest of Abu Molefe, the arrest of Abu Ket, and of course there are still others on the line that still needs to be processed. So by saying that their success is unmatched, that's what we refer. But then saying on the minister's letter that he assessed and there was no value, I don't know what that statement is come from. I don't know the assessment, when, where was it done, with who, I don't know. Well, probably that may come later, but I don't know what assessment was done. But what we know is what I'm sure everybody knows, everybody sees, a lot of convictions that are happening even now for cases, and the team is still doing its work, and they are quite successful.
Thanks. And we will deal with that part when you deal with your interaction with the minister. But one of the things that you mentioned there is that there are 3 people who had information that is relevant in respect of the activities of the PKTT, and you say it is yourself, General Kumalo, and General Mkhwanazi, and that none of you were consulted by the minister to receive a briefing on the activities of the task team. Without necessarily going into detail, because I know that we will deal with that issue, but perhaps you could just highlight very briefly that point with reference to with Commissioner Baloyi's question based on the minister's letter and what the minister says.
Okay, thanks, Commissioners. With regard to that, in the letter where the minister says, after assessment, the team is not adding value to SAPS or to the country. I can't recall the exact wording. I'm sure for one to come to that conclusion, yes, you must have done assessment. And when you do assessment, obviously you will talk to people that are dealing with the matter at hand. In this case is the PKTT. So in order for one to have had briefing of the PKTT, the minister would have definitely have briefing from General Mkonazi, or have briefing from Dumisani Kumalo, or had briefing from myself. To an extent, maybe 30% maybe should have had briefing from Lieutenant General Libya, because Lieutenant General Libya, at some point, he headed the National Steering Committee, but it didn't go far. He left it. So he wouldn't know the complete work of the team. There is no way he will know it. So then to come to that conclusion without having this briefing, I wonder who briefed him, because that's for sure I know. There is nobody that knows the work of the team than those, unless you go to the junior commanders of the team, which we inquired, and that is not the case. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll come back to that issue when, like I indicated, we deal with your statement in relation to the interactions that you had with the minister, and when in relation to the minister's decision of 31 December, where those engagements held. But if I can just perhaps touch on one aspect in relation to the activities of the PKTT, and I'm aware that Major General Kumalo will deal with that aspect, among other things, when he goes into detail regarding the PKTT's operations. But one of the aspects that you mentioned earlier is the difference between getting to the hitman and getting to the mastermind. And one of the methods through which the PKTT operates is that it does not deem it sufficient to merely arrest the hitmen, and that there may be instances where they do know who the hitmen are, but in order to resolve the crime in its entirety, they may decide not to arrest the hitmen that are known because they want to get to the bigger fish, for lack of a better description. If you could just perhaps touch on it, because earlier on you as you're distinguishing the different role players, one of the models upon which the PKTT operates is that one. If I can just ask you to very briefly touch on it.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioners. Well, investigation, as the team do investigation, they apply a lot of strategies. At some point, they'll throw their dockets together and allow them to swim, and so that they can see which direction should they go without rushing to get to arrest the hitmen, because sometimes if they do that, they will lose the rest of the chain. So sometimes they will identify some spotters and start with them in order to get to the mastermind, or use even the hitmen for information purposes and collection. So they were applying various methodologies which are legal, and there is nothing wrong or illegal in them. But their strategies, was that they wouldn't just rush to arrest a specific person for the sake of arresting. They will investigate their cases thoroughly and determine in the whole value chain of the hit orderer, the spotters, the one that procure the firearm, the Ngabe, they will determine where to start, which way to move forward or move backwards. So they will always use those strategies. That's how the team became successful.
In fact, I was going to ask you that are those considerations relevant in determining the success and the statement that you make when you say their success rate is unmatched?
Yeah, indeed, it does also indicate their, it does talk to them being successful, because they do untangle sometime cases that would have been closed as either become cold case or they are not resolved.
I think we can just leave that aspect. Major General Khumalo will deal with it as the person with the details. If I can then ask you to turn to page 29, your paragraph 91 of Masemola 1. You deal there with the point that the IMC was regularly briefed on the progress and success of the PKTT, and you attach the different presentations that were made to the PKTT on 3 August 2018 until 6 September 2023. And those are attached as Annexure SFM 6. Is that correct?
Is correct, Commissioner?
And that, for the benefit of the Commission, it starts at pages 191 to 359 of Masemola 2.
Mr. Mutau, will you with this as well, as we requested previously, please?
Yes. Well, yes, I'll do that in line with the earlier request.
Okay.
When we deal with some of the relevant aspects in those presentations. But perhaps where I'd like us to start with the contents of that paragraph is the second part, where you say, as far as I'm aware, there were no further IMC meetings after the 6th of September 2023. Now, would that period extend until the minister took a decision to disband the task team? In other words, between the period 6 September 2023 to 31 December 2024. Is that period covered by the statement that, as far as you are aware, there were no further IMC meetings?
Yeah, that is correct, Commissioner. Since that was the 6th September 2023, which is referred to as SFM 7, is the last IMC briefing that was done.
Then you continue to make the point in the next sentence to further illustrate the point that the PKTT was viewed as effective. I was able to source the media briefing held by former Minister of Police, Minister Cele, wherein he expressed the IMC's positive view of the PKTT and its successes. And you refer to Annexure SFM 7. And if I can ask you to turn to page 360 of Masemola 2. And if I can ask you to deal with the first 6 paragraphs on that page. You will see the document is headed Speaker Notes from the Police Minister at the time, Minister General Bheki Cele, on behalf of the IMC on political killings in KwaZulu-Natal, and it was delivered on the 6th of September 2023. And then just after, ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask you to just deal with those paragraphs that follow. From I address until just before, ladies and gentlemen of the media.
Thanks, Commissioner. In that press briefing, which was hosted by the then Minister, he says, I addressed this media briefing this morning on behalf of the Interministerial Committee on political killings, consisting of Minister of State Security, Defense, Justice and Correctional Services, and myself, the Minister of Police, who also chairs the IMC. The IMC held its meeting on Tuesday in Durban, where it was presented with a detailed briefing on the work of the Integrated Multidisciplinary Task Team investigating political killings in KwaZulu-Natal since 2018 to date. In its 5 years of existence, the committee has provided the nation with several updates. The last one took place in February 2022. The committee remains committed to encouraging political tolerance by individuals and parties, whether before, during, or after elections period and beyond. However, through the integrated work of the task team, the IMC is as committed to arrest those who use violence to settle political scores. This task team includes the SAPS, NPA supported by State Security Agency and Correctional Services, the Premier and MEC for Community Safety and Liaison of KwaZulu-Natal. It is on this score that the IMC wishes to categorically put it on record that the initial mandate given to the committee by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa in 2018, not to allow KZN to be a killing field, is still on course.
And then if I can ask you to please turn to page 362 under the heading Regional Stability. And if I can ask you to first deal with the first paragraph under that heading.
It says, members of the media, with each update on the IMC on the work of the task team, it is becoming increasingly clear that the team is working with purpose, agility, and is focused on producing results. Prior to the establishment of the task team, we know that cases were not properly investigated, which often led to suspects not being arrested.
And then if I can ask you to skip the following paragraphs and deal with the last one just before, ladies and gentlemen. The IMC. The one that says the IMC is encouraged.
Or
Yes.
Yeah, the IMC is encouraged that interventions are in place to deal with all forms of politically related crimes proactively and reactively in the eThekwini and in the Zululand district.
And then if I can please ask you to turn to page 369 and deal with the conclusion.
Mr. Madau, maybe before you leave this page,
Yes.
top of the page 362, General, would that not be considered a success? What is set out on top of page 362?
The one that says the task team is conducting intelligence-driven operation targeting possession of licensed firearms, which has resulted in 172 cases. Over 250 unlicensed firearms have been taken off the street through the police operations. It is regarded as a success, but however, these specific cases will fall either on that category of ad hoc
Yes.
or parallel.
Yes.
But I think it's more ad hoc, but it's a success.
When Chairperson was asking you, when you say the task team was hugely successful, what does success mean? And at that time, you limited it only to convictions. Now,
Okay.
my question is, if they remove 250 unlicensed firearms from the streets, which I assume could be used for later killings, is that not a success of the task team?
Well, it is a success, Commissioner. Sometimes one sees things as obvious, so you don't, because to me it's obvious, so you sometimes not mention them. But indeed, that is a success.
Thank you. If I can then ask you to to turn to page 369 and to deal with the conclusion.
In conclusion, on behalf of the IMC, I wish to dispel any notion that seeks to cast doubt in the work of the task team investigating political killings in KZN. Today's briefing has not only demonstrated the progress in the work that falls within the mandate of the task team, it has also revealed the continuous efforts by the task team to ensure that firearms linked to crime scenes and taken off the streets. The work of the task team has been commendable and is fully supported by the IMC. The committee encourages enhanced and maintained collaboration between departments of police, state security, national prosecuting authority, justice and correctional services in order to stabilize political violence in the province and beyond. The work of the task team extends beyond the KZN borders. Its work has also been exemplary in the investigation and ultimate breakthrough of the murder cases in the Fort Hare University in the Eastern Cape, where 8 people have been arrested and brought before the courts. The task team is also assisting in investigating in the Limpopo and Mpumalanga province. Lastly, as we edge closer to the national general elections next year, the efforts are being solidified to boost the work of the IMC as well as investigations. In enhancing the work of the task team, the IMC has resolved that there will be dedicated courts to speedily prosecute these matters. The IMC again calls for political parties to strengthen internal mechanism to diffuse inter and or intra tensions and instability that may escalate and lead to political attacks and killings. I thank you.
And if I can just ask you to turn back to your statement and please deal with...
Before moving on,
Yeah.
this is the Minister Cele says this a year, 3 months before the disbandment instruction. So for the picture to be complete, you would have to touch on whether anything that tended to detract from what the Minister says here had happened during that period, 1 year, 3 months. Had anything happened that detracted from the positive remarks by Minister Cele?
No, Commissioner, there was nothing that negative that we could have said happened with the task team that might have changed opinions. The task team kept on doing good work all the way.
Thank you.
Yes. Maybe just to complete that, did the IMC, between the period after the former minister made that statement and before the disbandment, ever express any dissatisfaction about the work of the PKTT and not achieving its mandate?
No, I must also say that normally IMC's lifespan is the administration of the specific government in place. So there wasn't IMC appointed, but there were ministers in those departments. But from either of those ministers and or my own minister, there was never any expression of dissatisfaction about the work of the task team.
Dissatisfaction, you mean?
Yeah,
There was never an expression of any dissatisfaction?
there was never expression of any dissatisfaction from any minister, including Minister of Police.
Yes, no, we'll deal with that, because you then say, when you deal with that letter, you say it came as a shock and a surprise. But let's deal with it when we get to that point.
Mr. Ndau, before you proceed.
Yes. Yes, Commissioner Madlanga.
In this media statement, General, in that last page, 370, there's now a reference to the task team assisting in Limpopo and Mpumalanga provinces. You haven't said anything about it in your statement, and neither did General Mkwanazi speak to Limpopo and Mpumalanga. Do you care to share any more detail?
We did wanted to expand to those two provinces, and we did have a meeting once with the ministers and the officials of the National Steering Committee at some point in Limpopo, more specifically at Mogalakwena, to go and assess the killings. They were mostly in Mogalakwena and Vembe, which is Twando. And in that assessment, we found that the provincial team is on course. They don't need any assistance. And so there was no further necessity to go and assist in that specific province. In Mpumalanga, there were cold cases that we needed to relook at, and that has never happened. We never extended to get to Mpumalanga. It was something that will still be done.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. General, if I can ask you to turn back to your statement and deal with paragraph 92. You say the narrative that the PKTT was not effective is completely false. Can I ask you to deal with that?
Thanks, Commissioners. On paragraph 92, I'm saying that the narrative that the PKTT was not effective is completely false. If at any point I was convinced that the PKTT was no longer effective, I would not have approved its extensions and budgets, which had to be considered twice a year. Hence my astonishment when I learned that the minister had issued a directive to me to implement his decisions to disband the PKTT. I'm convinced that if the minister had made himself available for briefing and engaged me with an open mind prior to issuing the disbandment directive, he would not have disbanded the PKTT. But I must also say that, of course, on the renewal authorities, financial authorities, now and then you will find, maybe especially the CFO, questioning the long lifespan of the team. I mean, the CFO, you have got a right to question those. CFO normally don't know what is happening in the field, what we are dealing with. So we do accept that now and then CFO will query that. Will at some point she'll say, but why don't you make a unit? The reason why you don't make a unit, once you make a unit, then it's a unit of KwaZulu-Natal. Then you are back to square one, unfortunately. So, whereas here you have members of the team, they are not permanently there. They stay there for 2-3 months. They go home in their various provinces for a month or two. Then they come back as and when their cases are coming to court or to beef up the team. So that model worked for us the best because they don't belong to the province. They don't get involved in local politics whatsoever. So, thanks.
Thank you. If we can then go to the next topic that you deal with in your statement, which is Gauteng counterintelligence operation, commencing from paragraph 93. And it goes all the way until paragraph 100. If I can ask you, in the paragraph 93, you refer to the fatal shooting of an employee of an entity called QTech in Vereeniging. If I can just ask you to start there and tell the Commission about the events of 17 April 2024.
Yeah, Commissioners, on the 17th of April 2024, Amaswart, an employee of an entity called QTech in Vereeniging, was fatally shot while seated in his car outside his workplace. The employer, which is QTech, had reportedly identified price inflation in a Transnet contract, which subsequently exposed a complex web involving organized crime, police corruption, and significant personal risk for those conducting the investigation. The organized crime unit in Gauteng, under the leadership of Deputy Provincial Commissioner Mbuso Khumalo, assumed the responsibility for investigating Mr. Swart's murder. This case became integrated into the broader Gauteng crime intelligence operation. 3 suspects were apprehended in connection with this murder. First one being Michael Puletau, a police officer, Musakekana, Tiero Floyd Denny Mabusela. The charges included murder, conspiracy, attempted murder, possession of suspected stolen property, and possession of unlicensed firearm and ammunition. Forensic examination linked the recovered firearms to several other violent crimes, thereby consolidating the cases against the accused and revealing a larger syndicate allegedly offering nearly R1 million for assassination. Although bail was successfully opposed initially, the accused Michael Puletau was later released on bail on account of health grounds. This development raised considerable concern among the investigators and prosecutors due to the increasing threats, including both verbal and physical intimidation, such as being followed and threatened with harm. Consequently, on the 5th of August 2024, the SPP formally communicated the threats to senior police officials, including myself. In the correspondence, the SPP requested urgent protection measures for the investigators. The letter of the SPP...
and those measures are set out in that letter.
In that letter.
Which is at 371 to 372 of Masemola 2.
Thanks, Commissioners. Paragraph 98, in accordance with SAP's procedure, Major General Mbuso Khumalo conducted a threat and risk analysis supported by Major General Kalakala, who is Gauteng Head of Intelligence, and together with Colonel Ntuli, who completed the assessment, concluding that the risk level was high and recommended a 24-hour protection. Subsequently, the matter was escalated to National Office, and a parallel counter-intelligence case was initiated along the primary investigation. Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo, the Divisional Commissioner, was brought into the picture, and given the apparent association of SAPS officials of various ranks with individuals under investigation, the threats directed towards investigators, allegations of bribery involving magistrates linked to the cartel, concern over police infiltration, and the reduction of the investigation team from 5 to 2 members, particularly due to the threats, it was deemed necessary for Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo to urgently request external assistance. The request was directed to Lieutenant General Mkhonazi, who then seconded 10 members of the PKTT.
Sorry, yes. And can I just ask you, sorry, can I just stop you there?
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mutau. Can you just explain, you'll forgive me if it's been explained, but can you just explain the reduction of the investigation team from 5 to 2?
Commissioner, what it means is that the investigation of the murder of Amaswart, at some point there were 5 investigators. Because of the threats that were directed to this team, some of the members left the team, and there were only 2 left to carry on with the investigation. Sometimes you would want to force members to continue doing a certain work, but at some point when you realize that it might not assist, because you require certain braveness to do certain things, then they had to reduce from 5 to 2.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mutau.
Thanks, Chair. And that led to the request for capacitating that team with the secondment of the 10 members. That's the point you make in the last sentence of that paragraph.
That is correct, Commissioner, and it was brought to my attention and I approve of it.
Yes. But there's something I needed to get you to clarify in paragraph 99. When you talk about allegations of bribery involving magistrates, and perhaps let me just stop there and deal with that one. As I understand, these are only allegations at this stage, but those are still being investigated and looked into. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is allegations that were made specifically in this case, where I'm aware that the 2 investigators, at some point, they were told by one of the seniors that there is 3 envelopes ready, and that one envelope is for the 2 of them, the other envelope is for the prosecutor, and the 3rd envelope is for the magistrate. So that is, of course, allegation. From my side, it's a hearsay, but I'm sure General Khumalo could talk more on that. But it's still under investigation.
Yes, I think the point, perhaps the focus is that those are not concrete findings as yet, but they are allegations that are being looked into. I think that's more the point that I was trying to establish there with regard to those allegations.
That is correct, Commissioner.
That's correct. And equally with regard to the links to cartel members and the concerns over police infiltration, that equally has that status, that it's allegations that are being looked into at this stage.
Yes, it is allegations, yes, that is under investigation, and it might not be a good thing to expatiate more than that.
Okay. Right. And then in paragraph 100, you conclude by indicating that those members that were seconded to the Gauteng team were then integrated into that Gauteng investigation team. But the dockets were never transferred to the PKTT. If I can just ask you to explain that, the integration of the members into the Gauteng investigation team without the PKTT dockets being transferred.
Yeah, what we mean by that is that the members that came from KwaZulu-Natal came to assist the 2 colleagues in Gauteng, but what they were investigating was never taken to KwaZulu-Natal to form part of the Political Killings Task Team. Those documents remain in Gauteng under, of course, this team.
After the lunch adjournment, subject to the commissioners agreeing that it's a convenient time to take lunch, you are going to be dealing with the arrests of Mr. Molefe and Mr. Madlanga.
Let us indeed take the lunch adjournment now and resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start. Cell phones off, please.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. General, just before the lunch adjournment, we were dealing with the two paragraphs above the next topic that we are going to deal with. And I asked you in relation to the issues that you deal with in paragraph 99. Just for completeness, do you know if cases were opened in relation to those allegations that you refer to in paragraph 99?
No, I don't know.
You don't know that.
Commissioner.
Okay. No. All right, no, that's fine. It will be dealt with by witnesses that are to come. Then the next topic that you deal with is the arrest of Mr. Molefe and Mr. Madlanga. And you start in paragraph 101 with reference to the role that the Gauteng team played, assisted by those PKTT members who had been seconded to this team. Can I just ask you to take it from there?
Thanks very much, Commissioners. The Gauteng team, assisted by the seconded team from KZN, conducted two simultaneous operations on the 6th of December 2026. The arrest of Mr. Molefe and the questioning of Mr. Madlanga around the kidnapping of one Mr. Jeribu happened. The operation conducted at Madlanga's house originated from a referral from my office. In particular, a concerned party requested a meeting with me, and upon meeting, the person indicated that General Sibia, he implicated General Sibia and indicated that he is known to be close friends with Mr. Madlanga. It was expressed that that Madlanga was involved in various crimes and suspected to be involved with the kidnapping of Mr. Jeribu. Given this background, I requested, because the person was not trusting anyone, especially in Gauteng in the investigation of this crime, I requested Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo to conduct the investigation into this kidnapping. Through investigations, it was established.
Sorry, can I just ask you to just clarify there, without necessarily giving the details? Are you saying that the concerned party who came to see you implicated General Sibia in the kidnapping that you refer to in that paragraph? Or is it in relation to something else?
No. He did not implicate him in the kidnapping. He implicated Mr. Madlanga in the kidnapping. But he further said that Mr. Madlanga is very close to General Sibia, and the concern of coming to me was that there is no way that General Sibia can oversee this investigation or decide who must investigate this case. That's the reason for coming to me.
So that information that is being conveyed to you, does that, or is that tantamount to implicating General Sibia then, as you say in paragraph 102?
That's correct, yes. That's what I'm saying, that yes, the person said General Sibia is close to this Mr. Matlala, who is implicated or suspected to be implicated in the kidnapping.
All right. I think you deal with this issue later when you deal with the internal investigation that was conducted, and we'll get to that. Then you proceed. You say, given this background, you requested.
I'm sorry, this may have been clarified, I'm not sure. Is the allegation that General Sibia was implicated because he's friends with Mr. Matlala, or is the suggestion that he was implicated, whatever the basis might be, but that he happens to be friends with Mr. Matlala? This is rather vague.
Maybe, do I hear you, Commissioner? Maybe you can repeat.
I'm saying this sentence is rather vague. I'm not sure what it means. Is the suggestion that General Sibia was implicated because he's friends with Mr. Matlala, or is the suggestion that he is implicated or was implicated on some basis, whatever that basis might be, but he also happens to be friends with Mr. Matlala? So what exactly does this mean?
What it meant was that, Commissioner, is that he said Mr. Matlala is possibly implicated in the kidnapping of Mr. Jeribushoga. But then the person further said he's aware that between Mr. Matlala and General Sibia, they are very close. And there is a lot happening around them. And there is no way that he can accept that he investigate this case or oversee this case. And further mentioned other areas where he says they are too close, they work together, they share a lot of information together. So there is no way that he can then oversee this investigation.
I see you are dealing with it in a very constrained manner.
Okay.
No.
All right.
You could perhaps explain to the Commission if there is a reason why you are not at liberty to detail or disclose the extent of what was revealed. You could say that to the Commission so that there is an understanding of why you are putting it simply like that and not going into detail. Or unless if there's a detail that is missing, you should provide it.
Okay. The matters around this, they are still under investigation. But, well, the person did bring to my attention that the closeness of them to such an extent that this person said, Mr. Matlala is actually one of my deputies. It's just that I'm not aware of. In that he's doing the same work with General Sibia. They direct police to do certain things and so on. So that was the allegation that was said. I think it's safe to leave it there.
And you're saying because of the fact that those matters are still under investigation?
Correct. They are
That's the
still
reason.
under. They are still under investigation. Yes.
And is that the reason why you are not sharing more? And you just simply make that allegation in terms of the General Sibia having been implicated?
Yeah, I think it is safe to leave it there because it's still under investigation. So it might not be good to give everything while it's still under investigation. Thank you.
All right. If you can then proceed you say through investigations. This is the last sentence in paragraph 102.
Yeah, the operation conducted at Mr. Matlala's house, actually that's what I just said, to say that originate from a referral from me, in particular a concerned party that requested a meeting with me, and upon the meeting, the person implicated Mr. Matlala and also said Mr. Sibia is closer to Mr. Matlala. It was expressed that Mr. Matlala is involved in various crimes and suspected to be involving the kidnapping of Mr. Cheribu Shoga. Given this background, because this person did tell me that I'll find it quite difficult to, according to her, he or her, to find a justification to choose a specific investigator in Gauteng. Hence, then I approached Lieutenant General Timisano Kumalo to conduct this investigation. Through investigations, it was established indeed that Mr. Matlala is a person of interest, which resulted in the search to his premises on the operation of the 6th of December 2024. I'm advised that soon after his arrest, Mr. Molefe was charged with murder and conspiracy to commit murder.
Harsh sentences are imposed by law if proven. Harsh sentences are imposed by law if proven.
Yes, these two individuals have now been formally charged with very serious offenses for which harsh sentence may be imposed by law if proven. It is my considered view that the secondment of these individuals from the task team was a correct decision to do. That is the secondment of the members from KwaZulu-Natal PKTT. I'm advised that Timisano Kumalo will provide a detailed account of the GCI ops and the PKTT's involvement.
Mr. Kumalo or Lieutenant General Kumalo will keep the details regarding those two takedowns of the 6th of December and the issues surrounding those activities. And as you indicated, he'll also deal with the statistics in relation to the successes of the PKTT and deal with the secondment of the PKTT members to the Gauteng team. And
that is correct, Commissioner.
Yeah. Right, and then we can go to the next topic. I mean, I know that later on you bring back these events of the 6th of December in relation to the events that relate to the disbandment. But if we can just then deal with the next topic being the disbandment, starting from paragraph 107, you talk about the fact that the issue relating to the minister's instruction to disband the task team started at a time when you were on leave in December to January. If you could just take the commission through that.
Thanks, Commissioners. On paragraph 107 of my statement, my involvement in the events unfolded in December 2024 to early January 2025, commenced while I was on annual leave from the 30th of December 2024 to 14 January 2025. So on the 28th of December 2024, I was attending an official funeral of a captain in Eskaweni, Richards Bay, with the Minister of Police. We had an opportunity to engage. We had engaged on other matters during that day.
Sorry, there's a point there that you make that annual leave had been approved by the minister.
Oh yes, the annual leave, yes, was approved by the minister himself, yes.
So he was aware that you were on leave.
He was aware that I will be going on leave from that day.
Okay.
Of the 28th.
Yes, you met at that funeral on 28 December 2024, and you said you had an opportunity to engage. Then, if you can proceed to 108.
Yeah, despite this, at no point during our interaction did the minister indicate any intention to disband the PKTT, let alone immediately or express concerns about its operations. This lack of prior warning made the subsequent developments all the more unexpected and perplexing, as there had been no communication or indication suggesting that such a drastic decision is imminent.
Can I just ask you maybe to pause there, to say up to that point, in other words, from the date of the 28th of December, when you last saw the minister before the instruction was issued, and going backwards from the time when the minister was appointed into office, had the minister expressed any dissatisfaction or concern about the PKTT and its activities and that it was not performing satisfactorily?
No, he never expressed any dissatisfaction or unhappiness. Hence, he was not even yet briefed about what PKTT is and what it does.
Okay, I think you deal with that in the paragraphs that follow. If you can then deal with 109.
On the 2nd of January 2025, I received a WhatsApp message from Major General Masemola regarding a letter from the minister. Major General Masemola is working in my office as the executive manager. It has come, I had not seen the letter at that stage. The WhatsApp contained the letter from the minister addressed to me, dated 31st December 2024. The letter is attached as SFM 9.
Yes. Can I ask you to go to file 2, Masemola 2, annexure SFM 9, which starts at page 373.
Yes, I'm there.
If you're on 373, you'll see there the subject is a letter to Netcom, and it's an email from one Nkabinde CM dated 31 December 2024. Good afternoon, National Commissioner General Masemola. Please find the attached letter from the Minister for your urgent attention. That is dated the 31st of December. And you indicate that you received it on the 2nd by way of a WhatsApp. And you mentioned this on paragraph 109 of your statement. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And before dealing with the contents of the letter, to go back to your paragraph 109, you continue, you say, I did not fully appreciate the significance of the letter because, as I said, I was on leave. And you then deal with the 3 topics that are addressed by that letter. If I can ask you then to turn to the letter at 374. You will see the heading. The heading is Directives on Matters Relating to Crime Intelligence, Ports of Entry and Political Killings Task Team. And the first issue is filling of posts in the Intelligence Division. The second is Ports of Entry. And if you turn over the page, the third one is the Political Killings Task Team. And if I can ask you to deal with that issue that the Minister was addressing. In 2019, please proceed from there.
Yeah, the letter reads as follows on paragraph 3, political killings task team. In 2019, a directive was made to the National Commissioner of Police following the Madlanga Commission report, even though not flowing directly from such, that an interministerial task force be established. The key mandate was to stop, investigate, resolve unresolved matters of politicians in the country, especially in KwaZulu-Natal. My observation in this regard, as indicated above, is that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa. I therefore direct that the political killings task team be disestablished immediately. Further, that a preliminary report in this regard be submitted to the Minister by the 20th of January 2025. The final and closing report must be submitted to the Ministry Management Executive Committee meeting late January 2025, the date of which will be communicated as soon as possible. You are sincerely signed, Minister of Police, Mr. E.S. Mkhunu, MP, dated 31st of 2024.
Now, if you go back to the issue that was touched upon earlier by the commissioners, the 3 components that emanate from Section 2072, the issue of policy, direction, and operational issues. Now, with reference to the instruction that the Minister is giving, what is your view when the Minister says, I therefore direct that the political killing task team be disestablished immediately? Does that constitute policy or direction by the Minister? If yes, why? If not, why not?
Yeah, my interpretation is that, it is a direction, is a directive that actually deals with the work of the National Commissioner, meaning that I take it as an encroachment in the operational activities of the organization, SAPS, because it's going as far as even saying the when must it be done, must be disbanded, moreover, without knowing, even not knowing the reasons why. So yes, I in terms of, if you take it in terms of the Constitution, I definitely regard this as an overreach to the functions of the National Commission.
So you say, as part of your response, that when the minister said that the disbandment should happen immediately, that is also dealing with the how part, i.e. the implementation thereof.
Yeah, correct. Let's say my interpretation as a person maybe was wrong to say maybe this is still part of a direction. Then I'll have a problem where he says it must be done immediately, which is the how part. He could have left that to the National Commission. But now in this case, even where one doesn't know why, would you go as far as disbanding a team of this nature? Because for me, it flies in the face of Section 2053, where it says the police must, part of the function is to investigate crime. So if you stop the investigation of crime, I don't know now what do you expect police to do?
Just to make sure that I understand, you emphasize the how. I do not know whether you are suggesting that there wasn't necessarily a problem with the disbandment instruction itself, or was there?
Commissioner, there was also a concern about the disbandment. What informed the disbandment?
Okay. But would it, all things being equal, and assuming that you had no problem with what informed it, would it have been a lawful instruction? Disband the PKTT, would that have been a lawful instruction, all things being equal?
In other words, is it still part of policy direction?
To say disband no, that's for me, that's an overreach, that's an operational matter. So it wouldn't. Rather, if ever there is any problem, it should have been discussed.
In short then, with or without the how, the instruction was unlawful.
Yes, my interpretation is correct, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mutau.
Thank you, Chair. And then in the statement, you proceed that the matter could not wait. And remember, you're linking this to the point that you've made, or rather the point that you've read from the minister's letter that says a report must be prepared and submitted to the minister by the 20th of January 2025. And you were due to return to the office on 14 January that you, like you say, and you say you had considered that you would address the issue upon your return. But then in paragraph 110, if you can please comments from there, you say, however, it seemed the matter could not wait. If you can take it from there.
Yeah, paragraph 110. However, it seemed that the matter could not wait. I received a call from Lieutenant General Mkhonazi the same day, 2nd January 2025. He told me that he saw in the media a letter from the minister to me to disband the PKTT. I informed him that I am on leave until 14 January 2025 and had not had any opportunity to consider the contents of the letter from the minister, but that I was aware of it. I made it clear to Lieutenant General Mkhonazi that I had nothing to do with the disbandment, and I informed him that the minister never sought any advice before taking the decision.
So when you say any there, you say my advice?
When I?
You say, you said now any, but the statement says never sought my advice?
Yeah, what I'm referring to is that the minister never sought an advice from me before he embarked on this action.
Yes, proceed. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi also informed?
Yeah, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi also informed me that he too had not been engaged in the possible dissolution of the PKTT.
And then in the next paragraph, you deal with how you classified the communication by the minister and what did you do as a step following that instruction that had been communicated to you by the minister. If you can please proceed. Paragraph 1.1.
Before you do that, General, do you have any knowledge how this letter would have ended up in the media on the 2nd of January?
I have got no idea as to how.
It's not from your office.
As far as I
To
know,
your
no,
knowledge.
it's not from my office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Given the fact that the minister was instructing, not soliciting our views of the disbandment of the PKTT, I deemed it necessary to speak to the President about the issue. I spoke to the President on the 1st of February 2025. During this meeting, I mentioned the Minister's directive to disband such a successful team, and the President told me that he would speak to the Minister. Of course, I didn't really require from the President to say whether I agree or not, but I did tell him that this team is being dissolved, reason unknown, and I said if ever it has to be done, it cannot even be done in this abrupt manner, because I don't know what we are chasing. And that's when he says, no, he will speak to the Minister.
Yes, and then 112, you say at a later stage?
At a later stage, the President did inform me that he did discuss the issue with the Minister. He did not inform me on what details they discussed.
Did he tell you what outcome they reached on the issue?
No.
And is that where you left it with the President?
Yeah, that's where I ended. As I said, well, I didn't expect President to get to an operational matter, but I did tell him that there is this issue. And I said, if ever it has to be done, it should be a process of winding down and not this abrupt manner. And from there, well, later I did, that's why later then I already, by that time I already submitted a report to the Minister, the one that was due on the 20th, where I described, or I was explaining to the Minister that if you disband this team, this is the best way on the how part. And I described that it should be a wind down and it should be a phased out approach and not this abrupt. But still, as and when we meet, I kept on asking the Minister, but what is the reason for the disbandment of the team? I never really got a real reason as to why.
Advocate Mutau.
Yes.
Just going back to the letter, General, it's on 375 in Masemola 2. Paragraph 3, where the Minister talks about the political killings task team. As far as you know, was the minister aware, as at 31 December 2024, that the mandate of the task team has been extended to Fort Hare and also the traditional leaders' killings? As far as you know, was the minister aware that the mandate had been extended?
I don't know. I wouldn't know who would have told him, but I just don't know whether he was aware.
The reason I'm asking you that is because the minister records in the letter that the key mandate was to stop, investigate, and resolve unresolved matters of politicians in the country, especially KwaZulu-Natal. But according to you, the mandate had been extended to deal with other issues.
Yes, the mandate was extended to deal with the Fort Hare and later extended to Gauteng. But also, that founding paragraph that a directive was made to National Commissioner in 2019, I don't know that. This team was not established as a result of the Moerane Commission. The results of the report of Moerane Commission came out somewhere 2018, September. This team was already in place because of the matter. So there is no relationship between Moerane Commission and the establishment of the team, because the team was already there. I wouldn't know the linkage, how it came about.
Thank you. And you later on in your statement deal with the various requests to brief the minister about the activities of the task team. Although those requests, you say you make them after this instruction had been issued. But leading to those interactions, if we could start at 113.
It is important to know that the peak affected regions. This decision, taken without prior consultation or warning, created significant uncertainty amongst key stakeholders like your NPA and the risk disrupting the momentum of crucial investigations.
Yes, if I can ask you to just perhaps explain that last part, that last sentence about the uncertainty and the disruptive effect that it had on the stakeholders and the momentum of crucial investigations. If you could share with the Commission, what do you mean by that also?
Yeah, what refers commissioners is that this team had a team of, the PKTT had a team of prosecutors that were assisting the team, guiding them with the investigation. So when all of a sudden there is abrupt decision to disband abruptly, then you leave them uncertain, not knowing what is happening. And of course, the work that they were doing also from their side, it means, is left incomplete because they were not regarded or consulted when this decision was taken.
And the issue regarding the impact, as you say, on the cases that were ongoing at that stage is not catered for in the minister's directive as to how they're supposed to be dealt with.
Yeah, the investigations that were still pending, let's say partially had bails and cases that were before court and so on. So that is one of the areas that were not taken care of in the letter. And as I said, the prosecutors from NPA were also not consulted. So does it mean they remain in the province of KwaZulu-Natal or they must go? So that raises questions. And also, the impact on the cases itself will definitely be problematic because I also still going to court and there must have been partially had cases and follow up on prosecutor's instruction, by investigators, that has to be, still have to be done. So those, it means, would have all been disrupted in the main.
Right. I think we'll touch on some of those when you deal with the report that was prepared and submitted to the minister pursuant to the letter indicating that a report needed to be prepared by 20 January 2025, which is the topic that you deal with next at 114. If you could proceed from there.
Since the letter required a report to be prepared by, progress report be prepared by 20th of January 2025, and given that I was still on leave up to 14 January 2025, I instructed a brigadier in my office to forward all those letters from the minister to all the deputies, including General Sibia, to instruct them to prepare the necessary reports. My intention was to discuss the matter with the minister to understand his reasons and attempt to dissuade him.
Yeah, to dissuade him.
Dissuade him. However, the letter contained an instruction to prepare reports that were due by 20th of January 2025. Of course, if I refused to carry out that instruction, I would have been accused of insubordination, since all that was required, insofar as the instruction was concerned, was the preparation of the reports, which I then allowed the officials at my office to start doing while I was still on leave.
And if I can just ask there, to clarify, when you say the refusal to prepare a report could possibly result in the minister accusing you of insubordination, what do you mean by that?
I'm meaning that, well, you want a progress report by 20th of January, but you want also the immediate disbandment, which by design, it looks like it was designed that it happened while I was still on leave. So I said to the officials that no, prepare the reports, but no disbandment, because the date for the first report is 20th of January, and I'll be back by the 14th. So all I'm saying is, if I didn't do anything, probably the minister would have said, yeah, no, this one is not taking my instructions. Hence I said, no, prepare the reports, I'll see them when I come back.
So it's prepared, don't submit, because I'll be back and I'll deal with it when I get there.
Yes, because the due date was the 20th of January. I said, no, prepare the reports. When I come back the 14th, I'll deal with everything henceforth from there onwards.
Please explain this. The minister says prepare a report, preliminary report in this regard. And this follows the sentence that says the PKTT is being disestablished immediately. So when it says a preliminary report in this regard, what did you understand that to mean?
My understanding was that he wanted a report probably on how far is the disestablishment. But what I am saying to the official is, no, you don't disestablish anything. Prepare a report in terms of how you think this establishment, if ever is done, how it should be done. But that the team be disestablished immediately, well, that I didn't comply with, and I told them nothing should happen. Maybe that was the plan, that it happened while I was on leave, but I said to them nothing happened to the team. they can start preparing reports on the team.
Here's what I'm trying to understand. You have said now more than once that an instruction to disband would be unlawful, or once given, it was unlawful. Now, it doesn't quite make sense to me that you would have feared insubordination if asked to make a progress report, that's how I understand you, on a disbandment that is unlawful. Why did you not say, Minister, your disbandment instruction is unlawful? Therefore, I cannot make a progress report on something that is unlawful.
Well, that I didn't say. I just said to the team, prepare whatever report, but compliance to that immediate disestablishment, you just don't do that one until I come back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Then on paragraph 115, you deal with the fact that you returned to the office. If you can proceed from there.
I returned to the office on the 14th of January 2025, and late in the afternoon I had a discussion with Lieutenant General Sibia. He presented a plan or a letter to me on how to close the PKTT in line with the directive of the minister. I was, however, not satisfied with that proposed plan because it contained, most important, contained this immediate disestablishment. And I informed him, General Sibia, that it would be responsible to summarily disband the PKTT and remove case dockets from them, as it will detrimentally affect, it will have a detrimental effect on the investigation of the cases. It will cause problems, complications in relation to the prosecution of matters already in court, and it will detrimentally affect witnesses in witness protection and families that were affected by these killings.
And then you say in 116,
I
you gave Lieutenant General Sibia an instruction?
I instructed General Sibia that the PKTT should be wound down in a phased approach without compromising the proper execution of our police duties, if ever it has to be done. And which I then instructed him to go and rework on this plan, and I further directed him to another Major General to go and assist him in developing something of a phased-out approach.
Yes.
General, now you're talking winding down. You actually repeat this further on, paragraph 131. You say, importantly, insofar as the way forward is concerned, this is 131, we had proposed that the following steps be taken to wind down the PKTT. And in 131.2, you say the 128 dockets that were still, no, I'm looking at the wrong paragraph. 131.3, you say no new dockets would be taken by or allocated to the PKTT. So what you say in 116 ties in with what you say in 131 and 131.3. What all that tells me is that you had basically accepted that the PKTT be disbanded. Your difference with the minister and indeed even Lieutenant General Sibiya was whether this should be immediate, which is what the minister and Lieutenant General Sibiya wanted, or it should be a phased process, which is what you preferred. Now you have said that the instruction to disband was unlawful. Can you explain why you accepted that there be a disbandment but that it be a phased process?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. After, of course, talking to the minister, looking for an ear to explain this matter further, to understand why is he doing what he's doing. At some point then, I had no alternative left but to say, well, if ever it has to go your way of disbandment. In other words, I'm giving in, but not in his approach, but on my approach, to say, let then the team be wind down if ever it has to be disbanded. So, and in the absence of a hearing by him, because since that time we never discussed it. He agreed that he will make time that we discuss this matter. But that time didn't come, even though I know I met him on the 16th of January, and we discussed other matters. When we come to this one, he says, no, let's wait for the report of the 20th. So that's why what I'm saying is that at this point in time, yes, in a way I'm giving into his instruction, but I say, not your way, but my way. And that's where then still there was no agreement on that.
I do not understand that, General. Remember, right at the beginning, I asked you this, and I even said, I was first hypothetical, as it were, and then I said, I will ask you as General Masemola a direct question. And I said, if the minister were to give you an instruction that strays onto your purview of functions, would you obey that? And you said you would disobey that. Do you remember giving me that answer right at the beginning?
Yeah, correct, Commissioner.
Now, why is it that once confronted with what you say was an unlawful instruction from the minister, you relented? Can you explain that? Especially regard being heard to what you say at paragraph 161 of your affidavit. In fact, paragraphs 161 and 188. You say, I'm sorry. You say at paragraph 161, the decision to disband the PKTT in KZN was fundamentally an operational matter, falling squarely within the purview of the National Commissioner, who is responsible for the management and strategic deployment of policing resources. The effect of that is that the instruction was unlawful. The minister was not legally entitled to have given that instruction. Do you agree that that is the effect of this? Paragraph 161.
I do agree, Commissioner.
All right, let me take you to 188. There you say, in respect of the minister, knowing what I now know, what I consider to be irrational and inexplicable, and I emphasize what follows, encroachment into operational issues is now explained, blah, blah, blah. But what I focus on is you say the minister was encroaching onto your area of function. Now, just tell me how, especially in the face of what you said at the beginning, which is that you would not obey an unlawful instruction from the minister. Now, you say in so many ways that this was unlawful. Unlawful, why? Because it strayed onto your area of function. So why do you now suddenly talk the language of winding down in a phased manner, and no new dockets are to be given to the PKTT? Effectively, you are relenting to an unlawful instruction. And you have told us at the beginning, you will never do that. You will disobey an unlawful instruction. Can you please explain yourself?
Thanks, Commissioner. Well, if you look back on the letter, it did say disestablish immediately. I refused to do that, hence I said to my team, don't do it. I come back, I seek audience. The audience don't come, and eventually when it comes, it's still insistence on do establish. And by that time, of course, I'm not aware of that the December operation gave effect to the disestablishment of the team. But of course, I'm seeking answers. Why is this team being established? And I've got no other assistance where to go to. I've got this team, I've got this minister, and he insists on this establishment.
General, if it's unlawful, it's unlawful.
I agree, Commissioner.
So I just do not get you. I do not follow you. It's unlawful, and you told us this morning that if an unlawful instruction were to issue from the minister, you would disobey it. Now here's one. It's unlawful at paragraph 161 and at paragraph 188 of your affidavit. You say the instruction was unlawful. So why obey it if you've told us that you would not obey an unlawful instruction? It's a simple question. I don't quite get your answer.
Okay, no, I agree, Commissioner. I do understand what the Commissioner is saying. That yes, I said I will not agree to it. But what I'm saying is that if you were sitting in my position where I was, and this minister is insistent, without the hindsight of knowing later, because the Commissioner now is advantage in that you have got the before I know the December operation of the 6, how it impacted on the disestablishment, and also me say no, I'm not going to comply with this instruction, which I did to an extent, made sure the team is not disestablished immediately, that I was successful. And eventually, without any other help, and with this minister here in front of me, insisting, I had to end up saying, well, if we do it your way, I don't accept, but let's rather do it my way. Probably as we go along, I might find motive, and kept on saying, but Minister, why are you disestablishing this team? I kept asking that question. Yes, initially I refused not to comply with his instruction. But after having no any other way, and life goes on, this man is here in front of me, he wants the team disestablished. There is no any other help. So what do? The only way that I did was, no, if you do that, you do it my way, not your way. Because
maybe then, I hope I won't sound as being facetious. Maybe then you should have qualified your answer of this morning and say, I would not obey an unlawful instruction unless the minister breathes down my neck.
Unless?
The minister breathes down my neck.
Okay. I hear, Commissioner. The positions that we find ourselves as government officials, well, I'm sure the commissioners are prerogative where they are sitting. We go through things.
As a follow-up to your discussion with the chair, what is available to you, whether from your employment terms, whether the laws that govern your position and policies, what is available to you as a mechanism should you disagree with the minister, for example, on the decisions such as this? Is there anything available structurally that allows you to escalate the matter or to pursue a particular cause to get resolution other than trying to meet with the minister? Is there structurally anything that you can do about it?
Yeah, well, the only avenue I know is the president. Other than that, well, in this case, General Konazi did report to the Portfolio Committee on Police. There was no assistance. So, I don't know. Basically, I can't take my own minister to court.
Yes.
So there is no any other avenue.
You went to the president. You did speak to the president about it.
Yes, I did speak to.
Thank you.
And I can't go to court, taking the same minister to court. There was no such a room.
But, so you say you couldn't take the minister to court. We know you told us earlier you went to the president, and earlier on in your evidence you say that the best that you thought you could do at that time was to insist on a phased-out approach, and you indicated that you were hoping that in that intervening period you could perhaps get to answer the question, why was the minister disestablishing the task team? I think it's as part of your engagement and interaction with the commissioners.
That's correct, Commissioner.
But was it an option for you to say, I'm not going to do it at all? You remember what the chair asked? The chair said, he asked you earlier on whether would you obey an unlawful instruction by a minister, and you said no. And in light of the engagement, he says perhaps you should have qualified it and said, unless the minister was breathing down my neck, then in that case I would implement an unlawful instruction. I think that's the import of what the chair was putting to you, that it seems in 116, when you implement this instruction by way of a winding down, it seems to be inconsistent with the earlier answer when you said, but if an instruction is unlawful from a minister, without more, in other words, without qualifying it, you said you wouldn't implement it. Do you understand where the commissioners are coming from?
Yeah, no, I understand where they are coming from, yes.
And sorry, Mr. Mtao, can I just to be clear, so that I'm clear what the General is saying. General, how I understand you, you're saying you did not give effect to the instruction of immediate disbandment. So you didn't take any action. All you did was you started preparing a report, which
was submitted 22nd of January. So that wasn't signed off, and we were left, of course, then in a limbo.
So,
and then?
Yeah. So the high watermark.
As we are sitting here today, forget about the report. As we are sitting here today, have you disbanded the task team in accordance with the minister's instructions?
No, I've not. I haven't sent out a letter to disband the task team. But however, I'm aware that proposals that have been made here, some people end up starting implementing them. But the task team was never disbanded. That I haven't signed. I kept renewing the authorities for it to continue working.
But you yourself had actually relented. That was my point. You yourself had actually relented and accepted that the PKTT should be disbanded. And I say so for what you stated in the two paragraphs I referred to. I think it was 131 and 131 point something. There you basically accept that the PKTT must go. You say it must be wound down, but it must be wound down in a phased manner. So you may not have gotten to the stage of actually killing it, but you had accepted that it must be killed, but in a phased manner. That's where I am. And you go so far as to say that no new dockets must be given to it. So you've basically accepted the instruction, but it's merely just a question of how this should be implemented. You can only implement a decision if you've accepted it. So that's where I am.
Yeah, correct, Commissioner. There, yes, in terms of those proposals, that's what I end up proposing to the minister that, yes, maybe this is the way to go, which was still not accepted.
If we can then continue from paragraph 117, you deal with the events of 15 January 2025 in relation to Lieutenant General Sibia. If you can please proceed from there.
Sorry, Mr. Mdao, before that, I do apologize. In that letter at page 374, the letter from the minister, you have that paragraph 1, which is about the filling of posts in the intelligence division. Do you have any comment about that? Why such an instruction was given, and whether that had any consequence? Well, whether you implemented it and what consequence, if any, did that have on that division?
Yes, Commissioner, the decision, yes, was we were directed not to fill vacant posts, and they were not filled, and they are still vacant even now. The advert, I think it went out either last weekend or now recently. It will go out if it's not yet out. I don't know the reason, but when I asked him, why are you freezing these posts, he gave me the reasons that the advert are too generic. They are not specific. In that the advert, in the main was that the advert, our advert says diploma or degree. And according to him, we can't lump those two together. But we did explain to him why it's like that, to say, if you go a little bit far in the past, the only qualification that was there for the police was a diploma. And most members will have that diploma, which was offered by a technicon called Technicon. It was first RSA and then SA, and then later it merged with UNISA. So if you say degree only, then it means you are excluding majority of the senior and experienced people. So we rather say diploma degree. That was the reason that we gave him. But nevertheless, he have that his understanding on that.
And before this letter and this instruction on the filling of posts, had there been a discussion between you and the minister about about this issue of the filling of posts? And is it ordinarily a matter that the minister gets to make a decision about, to give instructions on?
No, normally when the posts are vacant, it's an administrative matter that gets filled between myself and either the division or between myself and the provincial commissioners. Actually, sometimes I only sign that adverse because the specific provincial commissioner will liaise with the division human resource and they will advertise posts. That's how it is being handled.
Thank you, Commissioner Maloy. Is you about to deal with the day after your return and your second engagement with Lieutenant General Sibia on the 15th of January, page 1, paragraph 117? Please proceed.
Thanks, Commissioners. Paragraph 117. On the 15th of January 2025, Lieutenant General Sibia came to my office and found me with Major General Sebula. He briefed me on the prepared plan or letter. You'll recall that a day before, I said to him that I will not sign his letter because it doesn't even entail that winding down plan. So the next day he came with a different letter. He presented the letter to me, which he directed to Kumalo, which letter I requested that I sign. I did not sign the letter, and I told him I would prefer that if ultimately the PKTT was to be disbanded, which I was against, I did not want it to be abrupt, but rather be taken through a process of winding down gradually. I told him to leave the matter with me. I will continue with it myself and develop the report that the minister required. Lieutenant General Sibia was well aware that as a national commissioner, only I had the authority to sign off the letter he wanted me to sign. Hence, he brought it to me in 2 days in succession. Notwithstanding this, he proceeded to issue same letter under his own name on 17 January 2025 without even changing the due date, which was the 16th of January 2025.
If I can ask you to stop there, do you have an idea, or did you have an idea at that stage, why would Lieutenant General Sibia come to you, request you to sign a letter, and you refuse, and he ultimately decide to issue it in his own name?
No,
did you know at that stage why he did that?
No, I did not know, and actually I became aware very late of that letter of his that went out on the 17th of January.
Do you know when, more or less, you became aware of that letter, that he had sent it off in his own name?
I can't remember whether it must be somewhere in February or March, but it was at a later stage.
Okay. Right, and then you continue in the last sentence on para 117.
This letter was issued under General Sibia's name after Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalo, and I briefed the minister on the 16th of January on the involvement of on Lieutenant General Sibia's involvement and association with criminal syndicates. I will deal with this matter, this briefing later.
All right, so if we stop there, on the chronology, you say you came back to work on the 14th, he came to your office to speak to you, he returned on the 15th, and the conclusion of that discussion that you had over the 2-day period was that he should leave the matter with you and you will deal with it.
That's correct, that I will do the report myself.
And that you then did not sign off on that letter which is where you left the matter on the 15th. Then on the 16th, you brief the minister, and we'll deal with the details of that meeting with the minister in more detail later. But you say you briefed the minister on the 16th of January. Among other things that you briefed him on was on Lieutenant General Sibia's involvement in an association with the criminal syndicates.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And then you say that was on the 16th, and on the 17th, Lieutenant General Sibia issued this letter in his own name.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Mr. Mdawi, do we have a copy of that letter in the bundle?
Yes, we're going to get to it.
You
now.
get there.
Yes, we're going to get to it. We'll come back to the details of what is it that you briefed the minister on, and what is it that you say links General Sibia or makes him involved and associates him with the criminal syndicate. We'll deal with that issue. And in particular, the status of those issues as reported to the minister. What exactly were they? Is it allegations? Is it facts? But we'll get to that issue in a short while. If I can ask you to turn to 118. If you can proceed from there.
Yeah, in line with my discussion with Lieutenant General Sibia, I also had a discussion with Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo. I told him to prepare a preliminary report as contained in the Minister's Directive of 31 December 2024, and that we should aim for the 20 January 2025 to submit the report. Since this was a direct instruction from me, it took precedence over Sibia's instruction. During that week, although I do not recall the exact date.
Sorry, perhaps can I just ask before we go there, Commissioner Mado, just to give you the reference of where we are going with that letter, it is at 376. If perhaps you want to have a look at it ahead of. Yes, let's proceed, because you deal with it in paragraph 122, which is where we are going. Yes, during that week?
During that week, although I do not recall the exact date, I contacted the minister via mobile to request audience. I informed him of the importance of providing an initial briefing regarding the establishment and activities of PKTT. The minister indicated his willingness to schedule time for this discussion. At the same time, there were adverse media reports pertaining to crime intelligence. The minister subsequently called me to express his intention to appoint a senior counsel to investigate various issues highlighted in the media, including the appointment of Brigadier Lekhalanyane and Brigadier Mokwele, the security clearance of General Dumisani Khumalo, and the murder of Sindiso Makaka. I assured him that detailed information on these topics was readily available and reiterated my request again to brief him comprehensively on matters related to crime intelligence and the PKTT. The minister agreed to a briefing on the afternoon of the 16th of January.
So if I can just ask you to pause there. Those issues that the minister had expressed that he had an intention to appoint a senior counsel to investigate, did those topics or issues form part of the issues that you had been wanting to brief the minister on?
That is correct. All those issues, including because he even asked me, including the matter of Cindy Somakaka. And then I explained to him, yes, including that case, because the only time you see those media articles is because of the work of the PKTT.
All right, then proceed 121.
On that day, Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalo and myself, which is the 16th of January, briefed the minister with a thorough update on the aforementioned matters, as well as ongoing counter-intelligence investigations, and reminded the minister that a briefing on the PKTT should still be held. The briefing included an identified syndicate with significant influence and or connections politically and or within law enforcement and the criminal justice system. The report included the identity of senior SAPS officers who are associated with criminal syndicates and or who are advancing or protecting the interest of what's called Big Five within the law enforcement criminal justice system.
What is that?
Commissioner?
What is this Big Five? It's certainly not the animals.
No. It's not the animal, Commissioner. It's people that are involved in criminal syndicates. They were just termed by the team to be called the Big Five.
Is this specific individuals or is it a generic term?
Yes, Commissioner, there are specific names attached to those individuals or attached to the so-called Big Five.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, can I ask, as I understand, those issues involve issues of crime intelligence, and those are the aspects that General Kumalo is going to speak to. And I'm aware, you might not know this, I'm aware that the intention is that part of his evidence, there's going to be an application that is going to be made to the Commission, that it be heard in camera. That's how far I'm able to deal with that issue.
Correct.
Chair and Commissioners, yes.
If an application for in-camera proceedings will be granted.
Yes, no, Chair. There's a separate team that is running that issue.
Yes.
And of course.
No, I thought I should just record the if.
Yes, the if. Yes.
Thank you.
No, thanks for that. Of course, that application has to satisfy the criteria. And General, if we can then continue. You say Lieutenant General Sibia was included as one of the senior SAPS officers involved with criminal syndicate. The details of this briefing cannot be publicly disclosed given the crime intelligence implications. In fact, when we briefed the minister, he was given a hard copy of the briefing note, and after the briefing note, he had to return the copy. As a result, the minister saw the names of the implicated persons, which included Lieutenant General Sibia, Katiso Molefe, and Ket Matlala. Can I just ask, I'm running ahead of your statement. I'm moving from paragraph 121 to paragraph 179. Perhaps starting from 178 to give context. On 178, you deal with the summary of the report of the investigation into the alleged misconduct of Lieutenant General Sibia. I'll come back to the other details at a later stage, but there are two things that I'd like you to deal with out of these allegations. If you turn to page 58 of your statement, paragraph 179.5. There you say there are unsubstantiated. Well, so one of the issues that you wanted the investigator to look into, or the person that had been appointed to conduct this investigation, was alleged associations. And at that stage, it says there are unsubstantiated allegations that Lieutenant General Sibia has associations with individuals under investigation by SAPS, including Mr. Vusi Matlala. These allegations require further criminal investigation. Now, the question that I'm asking you is this. If you look at this paragraph, it says the allegations at this stage are unsubstantiated and they require further criminal investigation. See that? 179.5. And if you look back at paragraph 121, it says, the part that I just read, Lieutenant General Sibia was included as one of the senior SAPS officers involved with criminal syndicate. And can I ask you to clarify to the Commission what is the status of these allegations? Because you see, on the one hand, it says unsubstantiated, and in the earlier part, the allegations, well, the association is put as a fact.
Thanks, Commissioners.
So that when the commissioners apply themselves to this issue, they've got to understand what your evidence is.
Commissioners, this is a matter that is under investigation, and one, of course, will never say, you can never qualify it. For now, you can say it's unsubstantiated allegations until it is fully investigated and proven. That's what I would like to say at this stage.
So between these two versions, the commissioners should go with the one at 179.5.
The one of 179.5.
To say that they are still currently being investigated and they're not substantiated.
Correct, Commissioners.
Okay.
Mr. Mdau, may I just test this?
Yes.
My understanding of 121, the part that you referred to, is what was contained in the briefing to the minister. And then later on, in the later paragraph, it's an instruction to the person appointed to conduct an inquiry. So it's not a case of choosing, at least for the commissioners, to choose the one or the other, but it's recording what was said to the minister and then something slightly different to the investigator. Am I...
No, perhaps the issue will become clear, I think, when we get to deal with it later.
Okay.
But I understand, Commissioner Aloy, there's nothing wrong with that categorization, that the one is a factual recorder of what was presented to the minister during the presentation in that hard copy. And then the other one relates to an investigation that was conducted internally and the terms of reference that were given to the investigator. Yes. I think we'll not pitch it higher than that.
Thank you.
Thanks. But the point then that you make, returning to 121, is that the consequence that you refer to in the last sentence in paragraph 121, you say following that presentation that was given to the minister in that hard copy, he saw the three names of these implicated persons: Lieutenant General Sibia, Mr. Katiso Molefe, and Mr. Ket Matlala. And that is,
Yeah, that's correct, Commissioners.
that is on the 16th. And then your point that you were making earlier is then on the 17th of January, which is on paragraph 122, the letter that General Sibia had brought to you on the 14th and the 15th, which you refused to sign, he proceeded to issue it himself under his own name.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And you state in that paragraph that by so doing, by issuing that letter, contrary to what you had indicated to him, it was in defiance of your instruction to implement the minister's disbandment instruction and to prepare a report essentially justifying the decision to disband the PKTT. So when he did that, you say he disobeyed your instruction.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And can I ask you to turn to that letter? It is at page 376 of Masemola 2.
Are you there, General?
I am there. Thanks,
Thanks.
Commissioner.
Yes, and I'm going to refer you to some portions of this letter in which General Sibia deals with certain aspects regarding the disbandment. And I'll take you back to your statement where you say you've considered all of these aspects that he was suggesting, but even implementing the disbandment in the terms as he had stipulated here would still have a disruptive effect. And if I can then ask you, General, to start on 376, paragraph 3. This is after he deals with the establishment of the task team, the minister's letter of the 31st of December. Then in paragraph 3, it says the directive requires immediate compliance with appropriate measures to be undertaken to ensure the effective disbandment of the entity PKT in accordance with current prescripts in this regard. If I can perhaps just ask you there, throughout it is the PKTT and now it is the N, which represents national. Is there any reason for that change?
There won't be any change according to me. I take it that it still referred to the PKTT, and it's the same as the NTT-PK. Same, it refers to the same team basically.
And he says there, with appropriate measures to be undertaken to ensure the effective disbandment of the task team in accordance with the current prescripts in this regard. What are these prescripts that he's referring to that govern or set out appropriate measures that need to be undertaken to ensure the effective disbandment of the task team? Do you know?
No, I don't know those measures.
And he continues, he says, these measures must ensure that ongoing investigations are not disrupted or compromised.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't know what the how part, what does he refer? I don't know.
You didn't engage him on this? Did you get a chance to engage him on this?
When he brought this letter to me, the 15th, when I look at it, I scanned it. The only area that I said I don't agree with, I said, I can see whatever you do, but I do not want this immediate disbandment of now, because you say all this, but you still want immediate disbandment. And I told you that if ever we disband, we should wind the team down.
And you indicated, you concluded by saying he must leave it with you, you will implement it.
Yes, no, I concluded by saying that don't even write anything, the report to the minister. I will do it myself. And once we got approval from the minister, if he agree or disagree with me, we'll take it from there. And only then we'll start implementing.
Did you have an opportunity to consider paragraph 3.7 of his letter during those engagements? 3.7, page 378.
The one talking 3.7.
Stakeholder communication. All internal and external stakeholders must be notified in writing about the disbandment of the task team, the transition plan for ongoing cases, and the future protocol. Did you have a chance to consider that aspect of the letter?
No. I didn't really consider the whole letter, but the issue there will be who should do that external stakeholder engagement, because whoever it should be done by him or myself, if it has to be done.
And paragraph 4, a comprehensive closing report must be submitted by 16 January 2025, confirming compliance with the aforementioned directive. And he goes on to talk about how it should be structured. And you've indicated this letter, he signed it on the 17th.
So it wouldn't have, there is no report that would have been in by the 16th of January then.
And then 4.5, 379, stakeholder feedback. Input from key stakeholders in response to the announced disbandment of the task team, for example, comments by the NPA and SSA. I take it that you also did not consider
No.
that aspect.
No, I didn't consider that. I just said, as long as you talk of immediate disbandment, so just leave this and leave it for me to come up with a plan.
And I'm pointing you to these aspects, General, just in case there is going to be a narrative that says, but some of these things that you wanted to be done on a gradual basis were still there. And you say in your statement, you considered this plan when he was talking to you about it, and you still decided that or concluded that it wasn't going to effectively address your concerns.
Yeah, in other words, I wanted that he should come up with a plan, not writing a letter that there must be a plan coming from somewhere. He should come with this winding down plan that clearly says what and how it should happen, not writing somewhere else, looking for somebody to do a plan.
And in paragraph 126 of your statement, you continue to deal with parts of the contents of this letter. You will see you start with a reference to the contents from paragraph 123, 124, 125, and paragraph 126. You see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
And if perhaps you can deal with that conclusion in 127. You say you found something peculiar with that instruction letter.
Yeah, I said that I found it peculiar that the instruction letter from General Sibia required the closing report to include the very same information, the very same information that the minister ought to have considered at the time when he made the decision to disband the PTT, not after he had taken the decision, such as a summary of the key consideration that resulted in the decision to disband the PKTT, because it's not Kumar is the minister.
So this is information that is sought after the fact, but not prior, which information would be needed for purposes of deciding whether to disband the task team or not.
Yeah, so that such information should be part of the assessment that was done, that is referred to in the minister's letter, before he come to the conclusion to disband.
And perhaps just before we proceed on 128, if I can just ask you to tie in a point that you make in paragraph 126, the second sentence, as previously stated.
126,
second sentence, as previously stated.
That's the fourth line of 126. General.
As previously stated, the PKTT was formed because the existing investigative units were ill-equipped to handle the sophisticated nature of political killings and organized crime. In fact, Lieutenant General Sibia's instruction was to abandon an effective model and revert to a model so unsuccessful that the President had to intervene to establish IMC to address this killing.
So in 126 and 127, you mention at least two reasons why you had a difficulty with Lieutenant General Sibia's approach.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Then if we go to 128.
Mr. Mtau, before you go to 128, which I think is a different discussion, so maybe still on this letter. General, this letter from General Sibia does give instructions for immediate implementation, setting up temporary transition teams. In fact, he says in paragraph 3, the directive requires immediate compliance in paragraph 3 of that letter. And then there's a whole list of effective measures that must be taken. People must go back to their stations, equipment and vehicles allocated must be redistributed. So this is a letter that, on receiving it, in my understanding, the recipient, it's directed to the Divisional Commissioner, Crime Intelligence. What was the instruction after you received the letter and you are now from the minister and you are now back in your office and you are interacting with the content of the instruction from the minister? What was your instruction to your divisional commissioners? And I'm more interested specifically the instruction to Sibia, to General Sibia.
Yeah, the instruction to him was go and draw a plan that would wind down the team.
Yes.
Not go give instructions. Come back to me with a plan that detail that this is a wind down plan of the team.
Yes.
That's what I wanted from him.
Yes.
And I did mention that not this immediate disbandment, so you must stay away from that. develop a plan that talk to, firstly, the work of the team up to so far, and thereafter come up with a wind-down plan as to how should we are going to wind down the team in a phased-out approach.
Yes. And before that instruction to General Sibia and others, what was his involvement, if any, with the work of this task team?
He was never involved. The little I remember, he attended one briefing in KZN.
Yes.
Other than that, he would recommend, when financial authorities comes, he will recommend them forward to me. But the detailed work of the team, as far as I know, no, he was never involved.
So, according to you, would he have been in a position to brief the minister? If he had briefed the minister on the team, on this task team, would he have been in a proper position to do that, given what you know about his involvement or non-involvement with the team?
Yeah, the way I know his involvement, no, he would not have been capable, he wouldn't have been able to brief the minister on the work of the team at all, no. Maybe the former minister, yes, could better brief the current minister much better, not General Sibia.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mpe.
Thank you, Commissioner Maloi. And I think earlier on in your statement, you made the point, and we've dealt with it, that the three people that could have briefed the minister, yourself, General Mkwanazi, and General Khumalo, were not requested to provide a briefing, and you never provided that briefing prior to the decision of immediate disbandment being taken.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Right. And if we can then turn to paragraph 128, we are going to deal there with the paragraph that leads us to the report of the 20th of January 2025 that was then prepared and you submitted to the minister on the 22nd. If I can just ask you to deal with that paragraph.
Yeah, on paragraph 28, Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo prepared the report for the minister and submitted it to me in order for me to present it to the minister on the 20th of January 2025. Of course, I also worked on the report myself with the legal services. I was informed by the minister's office that he would only be in the office on the 22nd of January 2025. I waited for the minister to return on the 22nd of January 2025. I submitted the report to him. The report is annexed as SFM 11 on the
Masemola 2.
SFM 2.
Yes, that's at page 381. If I can ask you to turn to 382, because on 381 it's a covering letter from yourself to the minister. Then the report itself starts at 382. In paragraph 1, you deal with the filling of posts, which was the first point in the minister's letter. Those posts within crime intelligence. Then the second point, you deal with ports of entry. And the third point, in paragraph 3, you deal with the political killings task team. And if I could just ask you, there, under that paragraph 3, you say the contents of this paragraph have been noted. It's further noted that a preliminary report has been requested by 20 January 2025, and the report is provided as follows. In 3.1, you deal with the background to its establishment. 3.2, the threat assessment overview. And if you proceed, in 3.3, you deal with the current strength of the National Task Team. If I can ask you to deal with that. Because here you are highlighting the strengths to the minister.
Okay, on 3 point,
Yes, I'm on page 385.
385.
It's
Says that the National Task Team is a task team consisting of 102 members from different specialities drawn from different provinces within SAPS as follows.
yes. And then there you give the breakdown of the expertise.
Correct.
I don't think we need to get into those details, but proceed underneath that.
Further, the team has since been allocated a team of 16 dedicated prosecutors from the Organized Crime Unit of KwaZulu-Natal National Prosecuting Authority.
And then in paragraph 3.4, you deal with the progress report on cases. Under 3.4.1, it's investigation and prosecution of political related cases in KwaZulu-Natal. And the statistics are provided underneath that. If you turn over the page, you deal with the investigation and prosecution status of allocated politically related cases. And you proceed. I'd like you to deal with 3.4.3, where you say this, or where the report deals with the status of arrested suspects on politically related cases. The numbers are provided. You'll see it says from July 2018 to date, meaning the date on which you are submitting the report to the minister being the 20th. When it was prepared, 20th, submitted on the 22nd.
Yeah, if it's submitted on the 22nd January, it means the report would have been gone up to end of February.
And then the 388 suspects you deal with, and you give the breakdown there. But I need you to deal with what you say after giving the breakdown. It must be highlighted. Please, if you can ask me to deal with that.
Yeah, it must be highlighted that 34 SAPS members were arrested and charged on various related charges, including be involved in the killings or defeating the cause of justice on political related cases. These include former Sergeant Dlamini, whose case is all of a sudden making headlines. All arrests and factual reports were submitted to the Provincial Commission of KwaZulu-Natal for departmental processes to be initiated.
This issue of Sergeant Dlamini, you deal with it later in your statement.
Okay.
And perhaps we'll deal with it there when you get to that portion. But it's one of the matters that you reported to the minister on. Then 3.44, you deal with the breakdown of the role of the 388 suspects that had been arrested. And then in 3.4.5, you deal with parallel dockets linked to political related cases. And if I can just ask you to proceed from there to go to 3.5.3 on 389.
On 387.
389. paragraph 3.
South Africa regarding the matter of staff and officials of the university and the slow pace of the investigation thereof. The National Commissioner of SAPS directed that the National Task Team investigating political-related cases in KwaZulu-Natal take over the investigation of these cases as from January
2023.
23.
I think if I can just ask you to stop there. You remember Commissioner Khumalo asked whether the minister, having regard to what he says in his letter, whether was he aware that the task team had extended its mandate, or its mandate had been extended beyond KZN. You recall
Correct.
earlier.
Correct.
And you said at that stage, he would not, according to you, you don't know, and you don't think he would have been aware prior to the disbandment letter and instruction that he had provided. And at least on your engagement with the minister, you inform him after he has taken this decision in this report, which is after the fact. You understand? This information, at least on what we have now, there's nothing that shows that the minister was aware of this extension of this scope prior to him writing that letter.
That is correct, Commissioners. Yes, he might not have been aware before, but after. But I also need to just correct, I think on paragraph 353.
353, yes.
Yeah, the date there, January 2022, and on the second paragraph, January 2023. I think the first paragraph, January 2022, is incorrect. It should be 2023 also. The paragraph below 353.
Yes. So it should be January 2023.
Correct.
Thank you. And then you also deal with the complaints that were referred to the minister against the task team. If you go to 392, paragraph 3.6, you say cases highlighted by critics of the task team. The following cases have been referred to in letters written to the minister in which accusations have been leveled against the task team. And you deal with those three cases that had been identified, or at least which had been brought to the minister's attention. Correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And then in paragraph 3.7 at 395, you also bring to the minister's attention the extension of the National Task Team's mandate. In paragraph 3.7, to deal with the House of Traditional Leaders. If I can just ask you to deal with that.
That is correct, Commissioners. 3.7,
Yes.
extension of the National Task Team mandate. Since April 2024, after concern were raised by the House of Traditional Leaders and South African Local Government Association to the Presidency, a directive was issued that the task team's mandate be extended to include the investigation and prosecution of cases involving the killings of traditional leaders in KwaZulu-Natal with effect from April 2024. This resulted in additional 50 case dockets allocated to the team. 48 are murder, 1 is attempted murder, 1 is kidnapping.
And then if I can just ask you to skip the breakdown of the cases And
Mr. Mutau, maybe to help you because it's almost 4 o'clock, if the General can just conclude by letting us know who issued that directive referred to there.
did you follow that?
Okay, I follow that.
The-
That directive was issued by myself, the National Commissioner.
So it was not the President.
No. I had a meeting with Minister of Police and Minister of Cocta, and after that meeting, I said to them, this is the way forward, how I'm going to deal with the matter. I'm going to give the matter to the political killings task team.
In fact, you did deal with it in your evidence earlier when you said you issued an instruction to implement the extension of that scope. And if I could perhaps conclude, Chair and members of the Commission, with the conclusion on page 406, paragraph 3.11. You indicated to the Minister your view regarding the performance of the task team. If I can just ask you to just deal with that. Before, in other words, from the words the task team until politically motivated matters.
Yeah, the paragraph 311 in the conclusion, the task team has undeniably achieved and far exceeded the purpose for which it was established. No other task team in South Africa has achieved these successes, nor has been able to investigate and ensure successful prosecution of the perpetrators of politically motivated murders.
I think if perhaps we can stop at that point if it's convenient, and then Chair and members of the Commission, I'll continue. I'll just deal with a few of the aspects that are touched on in that conclusion. Then.
Thank you, Mr. Mutau. Thank you, General. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.